Hey, Addy. Hey, Cammy. Hey, Chloe. Ready for a long night? You nosedive from here. Moxie. Hey, Noel. Going live on TikTok right now. Hey, Joker. All right, we are officially live on TikTok. Today's been a shit day for me. Howdy ho, Mac. Hey, everybody. Welcome in. Hey, Prince. Hey, Rissa. Hey, KP. And I was just about to rewatch a vid. Oh, well. I figured since January 6th is like the main reason I started going live in the first place, it felt appropriate to do a live on the 5-year anniversary, especially now that we see the White House put up a website that's just changing history, just rewriting history completely. Hey, Oscar. Hey, Wild. Thank you, Glitter and Tamales. Thank you, Prince. Thank you, Tanner. Thank you, everybody. Hey, Sid. 5 years. Wow. Yeah. Time really flies by when you descend into fascism. Hey, Void Critter. Welcome in, everybody. Oh, let me see if Tickfinity's back up. Wasn't working last time. For those that missed it, we got banned 3 days ago for telling the truth. Did you interview the 250 CIA agents? Did I personally interview 250 CIA agents? No, I did not. I'm not even sure which 250 CIA agents you're talking about. If you want to... Oh, yeah, the sounds are working, actually.
I said, well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen.
That we're there on January 6th? Okay, Jeff, this is all you need to do. Just request up and prove to me that there were 250 CIA agents that were tasked with inciting an insurrection, and I will completely change my philosophy on life. Something tells me you're not going to be able to do that.
I'm beating him off.
Deployed by Trump's CIA. See, KP, that's another thing that they forget. It's Trump was president on January 6th. So this is a situation. I want to walk everybody through the delusion of MAGA, right? It's Donald Trump was president, okay? He had control of all of the executive branch, the DOJ, the FBI, CIA, right? These are all his appointments. And so somehow, not only did an actual corpse who was a private citizen steal the election, right? That's already insane. But then on January 6th, right, when everything leading up, you have Donald Trump lying about the election, lying about voting machines. He went to his DOJ. He said, "I need you, the DOJ. I need you guys to send letters to the 7 swing states, saying that we have evidence. We don't have evidence. Saying that we have evidence so that they stall. Just tell them not to certify their election." And half the DOJ walked out, right? We have the fake elector plot where him and his lawyers gathered 7 false slates of electors to send to the Capitol. Then he went to Mike Pence and he said, "Pick those electors so that I stay president," right? All of that leading up. On January 6th, he says, Mike Pence didn't do the right thing, so we're going to go to the Capitol. If you don't fight like hell, you're going to lose your country, okay? Then, when violence starts, he waits 2 hours and 48 minutes. I'm sorry. If he waited 1 minute, 2 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, okay. Violence starts, and if he really wanted them to peacefully protest, after 5 minutes, after they broke the barriers, he would have told him to stop. But no, he waited 2 hours and 48 minutes because he was using the violence on January 6th, the violent insurrection. He was using it to pressure lawmakers. We have his phone records. He called up congressmen, and when they would say, please, please tell them to stop, they're saying hang Mike Pence, your vice president. He said, well, it looks like they're more upset about me losing the election than you are, right? Like you hear that as a non-traitor? Miss me with that. He's literally pressuring lawmakers. He's using the violence, the death of what's-her-face. He's using the death of a veteran. He's using the assault of police officers to try to steal an election. And that's just the insurrection on January 6th. Like, everything leading up to it is already so treasonous. No, you didn't have the phone records? Oh, okay. Hold on. I'll pull it up for you. Keep crying. No. I'm sorry. What? I'm not crying. I'm just explaining to you what you're cool with. Like, you're cool. If you guys could just say it with your chests. We prefer Trump to the United States of America. Then I would respect you so much more. But the idea that this was some kind of, this was just a peaceful protest. Yeah, he was trying to steal an election, but that he lost fair and square. And yeah, we broke in physically, assaulted police officers, smeared shit on the walls and all that. But yeah, no, it's all fine. Yeah, all I want is for you guys to stop lying to yourselves. That's it. That's all I want. So if anyone wants to prove me wrong about anything, all you have to do is request up, present me evidence. That's it. If you present evidence that proves me wrong about anything, right, I admit when I'm wrong. I unfortunately don't get the chance to. I love admitting when I'm wrong. I never get a chance to do it because MAGA you guys live off vibes and feelings. There we go. We're going to go to our first guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for hanging out. Obama. First guest, their guest name is Trump Sucks Cock. So something tells me that they're not a Trump supporter. We are only accepting Trump supporters right now because I just want y'all to admit that you're traitors or here's the big one, okay? I will give you one big one. There's a chance you don't know what happened on January 6th. There's a chance you don't know what happened. You need to ask Nancy what she knows. All I need to ask Nancy is, Nancy Pelosi, who has the ability to call the National Guard? We already know the answer to this, right? Because Donald Trump called the National Guard in Washington, D.C. this year, okay? So that he already debunked his own thing. Like, they found this 41 seconds. He tried to steal an election, he attempted a nonviolent coup first with the fake elector plot, then a violent coup with the insurrection. All of this, Nancy Pelosi, in a 41-second clip, says, I take responsibility in regards to something not even directly related, and everyone's like, oh, yeah, it's fine. We're absolved of all our sins. So if that's the case, by the way, if we could just take one quote out of context and that throws away everything else, right, that would mean that you guys agree with Trump when he says, I don't care about you, I just want your votes, right? This right here.
I don't care about you, I just want your vote. I don't care.
Just FYI, if we just take like one clip of what a person says, then like you're cooked. You can't use that logic if you're a Trump supporter. Whoever said Luffy is pro-Trump, the lack of media literacy alone will lead to you accidentally falling into quicksand. It's really, really tragic. So if you're a Trump supporter and you're talking, if you're typing in chat right now, but you're not requesting, what you are is a pussy ass bitch because you know you're wrong about all of this. You know you're a traitor to this country. You don't care about the Constitution. You never back the blue. You don't care about veterans. We're seeing right now a 25-year Navy veteran is losing his pension for saying something that they say when you enlist, which is do not follow unconstitutional orders. That's it. Mark Kelly says, don't follow unconstitutional orders. Don't follow illegal orders. And your guy hears that and he says, that must be about me because all I give is illegal orders. So he's losing his pension after 25 years. You guys are okay with it because you never back the blue. You never back the military. You don't care about anything except hurting those that you don't like. I used to say you don't care about anyone but yourselves, but you guys don't even make enough money to be positively affected by the Trump's tax plan. Like, you literally only care about hurting those. You would sign up for the firing squad as long as minorities got shot first. That's the entire MAGA philosophy right now. We're going to our next guest. Here we go.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
You're wrong.
Okay. Do you know what happened on January 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't think that was an insurrection?
First of all, on Facebook, days before Trump even said that he wanted people to protest and all that, there was already a Facebook group dedicated to going over there to the Capitol. So that's one. Two, Trump said do it peaceful.
It was planned. Okay.
It was planned, but it's not Trump's. It wasn't Trump, by the way. Two, Trump said do it peacefully.
Why did Trump wait 2 hours? Your live is flagged for misinformation. Oh, damn. You just said Trump said do it peacefully, and I got flagged for misinformation. Sweet. Okay. So why did he wait 2 hours and 48 minutes after they broke the barricades?
I mean, he probably wanted to see a protest.
You recognize that it was no longer a peaceful protest. Let's say he said, right? Because he did. He said, we're going to go there peacefully and patriotically.
Yes.
It got violent, and he waited 2 hours and 48 minutes. So go ahead and say what you said again.
He wasn't there to see.
No, he saw it. This was live. It was 2021. They believe it or not, they had the internet in 2021. Okay, so in 2021, it was live streamed from a million angles. He's getting calls from people in Congress saying, "Please call them off," and he's responding with, "Well, it sounds like they're more upset about this election than you are."
The thing is, Nancy Pelosi had a chance to bring the National Guard, and she refused.
Can you? I will keep asking this question until you give me an answer. Why did he wait 2 hours and 48 minutes after the violence?
I mean, he's probably watching it to see what happens.
He wants the violence. Thank you.
No.
I appreciate that you admitted it.
Hold up. I didn't say he wanted the violence.
Oh,
he probably wants to.
Violence begins. No. What I'm doing right now, I'm just walking you through
Wait,
thought.
Hold up. When did the violence begin?
I will pull up the timeline for you if you'd like.
I mean, I'd rather you just say it.
Well, do you want like a minute to minute? I don't know what you're asking me. When did the violence begin?
Okay, give me an example of violence.
Okay, so when one of the peaceful protesters takes a riot shield and beats a cop with it, that was over 2 hours before Donald Trump called them off.
Oh, hold up. First of all, the only person that got on alive that day was a Trump supporter.
I said beats a cop. I didn't say kills a cop. I'm sorry. Oh, I forgot. You're allowed to beat the shit out of cops as long as they don't die on the spot. Then it's legal.
No. Hold up. That was my second point. Second point is I watched it live. Mm-hmm. I didn't see that.
Okay.
So how was Trump
stop 1 second. If I show you a video right now, then you'll say, "Oh shit, I missed that." You're right. Donald Trump is a traitor.
Hold up. How was Trump supposed to see it if it wasn't broadcast?
It was broadcast. You guys are not going to gaslight us. We saw it 5 years ago. It was broadcast. Everyone knew about it.
I saw it too.
So you're under the impression that if you didn't see it on the live stream, that means the president of the United States didn't see it? That, to me, what this sounds like to me is you're saying he's just super incompetent, right? Like, he didn't know what was going on in his own capital when Congress is reporting on it. I don't know if you know this, but within that 2 hours and 48 minutes, he was told that they were chanting "Hang Mike Pence." I want you to imagine any president in history, any human, who their vice president is being threatened to be hanged, and he does nothing. Yeah, I'm holding.
Hold up. I saw what they put out there for Mike Pence. If you put a baby on it, the thing would break. It wasn't like a serious, what do you call it, lynch?
You're not a serious person. I'm sorry.
It was that this one right here. You're telling me that's put together.
They're chanting "Hang Mike Pence." Is that wait? Do you think it's okay to chant "Hang Mike Pence" while going to Mike Pence?
No, but my point is that thing that you have up there. That to me was just more for show. I feel like if you put a 5-year-old on that would break.
You know what? That's fair, because if they got to Mike Pence, I don't think he would have gotten to the noose. I think he would have just got the shit beat out of him.
Okay.
Yeah, like the cops that you guys don't care about. So
wait, hold. I care about police.
Okay, so one of the cops that was there on January 6th, his taser was stolen from him by one of the peaceful protesters and stuck into his neck until he convulsed and passed out. That guy was pardoned, by the way. Are you okay with that?
No, but all right, that one no, but. Okay. Every person that entered the Capitol, I don't think should be.
Sure. Do you think that Donald Trump, if he was a responsible non-traitor, would have maybe taken a closer look at who he pardoned instead of doing a blanket pardon for all of the peaceful protesters?
That's a fair point. I'll give you that.
I appreciate that. Okay. So now let's go back to what we were talking about. So Donald Trump waited 2 hours and 48 minutes from the moment the Capitol was breached. He waited 2 hours and 48 minutes, received multiple phone calls. Even his own family was begging him to call them off.
How do you know that?
This is all not contested. You had 5 years to look this up. So what I like to do is when people don't know about stuff like that, I like to set the goalpost first. So before I show you evidence of Ivanka, his daughter, asking him to call them off, before I show you evidence of the congressman that called and he said, well, it sounds like you're not as upset about the election as these people are. Before I show you that, would that now in your head change anything, or are you going to allow him to do whatever? Like Trump can do no wrong. I want to know where your line is before you say, okay, this was on him.
Hold up. I don't agree with everything Trump does, but in that certain situation where the whole world wants you gone, he believes the election was rigged, and he spent a lot of money trying to research the voter fraud.
Bing, bing,
And
bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Thank you so much, Miles, for the galaxy. Okay. So after losing 64 out of 64 court cases, do you think maybe it's time to just call it quits, or do you think it's time to raise a violent insurrection against the government? What do you think?
talking about the voter fraud.
Yeah. So the argument. This is an argument I get from MAGA a lot.
Hold up, because I did my
holding.
research on this. The voters who turned out for the 20, like, you know how every election it goes up. More people are born, more people reach 18, more voters.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It dropped
hear it.
so much.
How much do you think it dropped?
Millions.
Okay, how many millions?
Millions.
Millions. Okay. So if that's the case, are you saying that Donald Trump also cheated in 2020?
No, I feel like they gave him a few more to make it look not suspicious.
Feel like. Okay. So let me ask you a question. Do you think every single election needs to have turnout go up by a proportion of the population? Or do you think that sometimes more people show up to elections?
I think just natural common sense, it goes up over time.
Okay. How old are you?
25.
Yeah. So I don't know if you know this, but believe it or not, election turnout changes every year. So for example, 2016, when Donald Trump was first elected, was a very, very large drop-off from 2012, which was also a large drop-off from 2008. 2008 was
That is not true, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you.
Because I did my research this morning.
Beautiful.
Because I was on another live that had the same discussion.
Okay, so
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
thank you, Atriops or Atropos. Okay, so 2008 presidential election. We're just gonna look it up.
Can I
2008
fact check this
presidential
too?
election. Okay.
I'm a fact check this too.
Okay.
Are you gonna kick me off when I just go to?
Do you not like trust? Where do you want me to fact check? Like, do you not trust what I'm going to look up?
I will do mine, and you can do yours simultaneously.
Okay. Go ahead. Thank you, Abby. All right. So while he's looking that up, I have to believe, for my own sanity, I have to believe that most Americans, right? Most Americans that voted for Trump in 2024 just don't know enough about January 6th. It has to
Hold
be.
up. Hold up. You're wrong.
No. I'm sorry. I'm talking to chat. I'm not talking to you. You're looking up
I
numbers.
I was talking about what you said previously.
I get that. You can do that, but first you have to find out that you're wrong. So go look up the numbers that you said you're
I
going
did look up. That's what I'm saying. I looked up the numbers. You're wrong.
Oh, I'm wrong. Okay, what numbers did you get? Go ahead.
In 2012, it was 129 million, and in 2016, it's 136 million. Can I please have an apology?
Hold on one second. All right. 2012. So Donald Trump got 63 million. Hillary Clinton got 66 million.
No, I'm talking about total voter outcome.
Oh.
Can I please have an apology?
Well, wait. So what are you counting? You're counting like third-party votes?
I'm talking about total votes total. Like everybody who voted.
Hold on. You know what? I don't know that number off the top of my head. I was
Can I please have an apology?
Oh, well, I have to look it up too. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
2012 voter turnout. Okay. Voter turnout in presidential elections.
And your followers could have stopped commenting on my recent, but go ahead.
You know what? You're right.
So can I have apology? Because I'm tired of your whole chat saying he's wrong, he's making up stuff, and can I please have an apology?
Well, I will apologize for being wrong about turnout
You, sir.
because I mean I guess like you were offended by me calling you wrong, but
Thank you,
in
sir.
regards to the parties, right? Which is what the whole controversy is, that the Democratic Party dropped off a bunch of votes. Right? You said millions. The Democratic Party lost millions of votes. So you're talking about the parties, correct?
I'm talking about the amount of voters.
Well, now you are. Now that I called you out, that's fine.
Voters can't go down over time. That's not how it works.
No. But okay, so if that's the case, then what you're saying is that there isn't voter fraud anyway, because look at the voter turnout for 2020 and 2024. They're almost the same.
Okay, almost the same. But they don't go down millions.
They didn't go down millions. Okay. If we're going by total voter turnout, they didn't go down. So you defeated your own argument.
Hold up. I'm saying it went down.
By how much?
It went millions.
No. Total voter turnout?
Hold up. I'm saying the COVID election in 2020 versus the 2024 election, they went down. How do people disappear? Why are people saying I said it went up? I never said that. I'm talking. People just want to lie on this. I'm saying millions of voters just randomly disappeared.
Yeah, I'm saying that your argument. I've heard this argument. It's talking about the Democratic Party's votes, because in regards to total voter turnout, the raw number is almost the same.
People are saying
I don't know if you're looking at the chart.
People are saying because they didn't vote. Why do people numbers don't go down over time? People.
This is the argument. Just your best. This is the best argument you have, is numbers don't go down over time. Okay, so how about this?
By millions.
If this is all right, so if that's the case, 1992. If we're gonna go by total voter turnout, because you decided to move the goalpost there, and I apologize to you because you're a soft man baby that needed an apology.
Okay. Hold
1992 to 96. I'm sorry.
What you're not gonna do?
I am gonna do
be
it.
Disrespectful.
I apologize for being disrespectful.
You're walking on thin ice.
I apologize for being disrespectful. Okay, so 1992.
No, you're not being fucking.
1992. I love that two separate mods did that. 1992 to 1996, 8 million voters difference between turnout. 1992 to 1996. Go ahead and look that one up. And now I want to hear you move the goalpost. Okay, well, I'm only talking about the years that Trump is nominee.
All right, I'm going to do my research on that. Stay right here. Don't run away.
I'll be right here. 1992 to 1996. Also, 1984 to 1988, voter turnout went down. Even 2008 to 2012, actually. One of the two that we talked about, voter turnout went down.
Hold up. Is because a third-party candidate.
No, I'm looking at total turnout. That's what you asked. So actually, I guess if you want to go back to your original argument, then I take my apology back. Sorry if that hurts your feelings. So for those, I'll just pull it up for everybody what we're looking at here. So I was referring to when I first heard him bring up the argument, I was referring to the votes received by the top two parties. Now he moved the goalposts because he was offended to the total voter turnout, but now that defeats his own argument anyway, because there's been multiple times where total voter turnout went down, especially in 92 to 96, where it went down by 8 million. Oh, he left. Okay. No, he didn't get booted. He left. He's a runner. I mean, we could tell by his soft constitution that like he was not going to last very long. I mean, right, if he gets this wrong. Yeah, so listen, if you ever find yourself arguing that Donald Trump won the 2020 election and your argument is that number always go up, I think you might be grasping at straws. Just as a reminder, thank you everybody for the roses. As a reminder, after the 2020 election happened, right, and Donald Trump got his back blown out by 7 million votes and over 30 electoral votes, he did what is his right as an American, which is he filed lawsuits, he requested audits, and he requested recounts. That is all A-OK. The problem is that when he lost 64 out of 64 court cases, and all of the audits and all of the recounts did not change the results of the election, and every single Secretary of State and every single governor, including those in Republican states, told him that he lost the election, and even Trump-appointed judges ruled against him, and his own Attorney General Bill Barr told him he lost the election. His own daughter Ivanka Trump told him he lost the election. Vice President Mike Pence told him he lost the election. When all of that took place, rather than conceding the election like every single candidate in the history of this country has done, rather than participating in the peaceful transfer of power, which every outgoing president in the history of this country has done, he decided to lie to the American public, drum up peaceful protesters, and use violence to pressure lawmakers like Mike Pence and like members of Congress to select fake electors at the certification process. Reminder, January 6th was not just about the police officers that were assaulted, the shit that was smeared on the walls. That gets all the media hits. What y'all need to remember is the fake elector plot, the letter from the DOJ. He told the DOJ, I want you guys to send a letter to the 7 swing states saying that we have evidence of voter fraud. But just tell them we do so that they stall, and then Mike Pence will pick the fake electors. Thank you, Atropos. Thank you so much. Mike Pence will pick the fake electors, and then we're Gucci. We're good to go, right? And that's fraud. That's defrauding the United States. In fact, he was indicted for this, defrauding the United States. Now, unfortunately, before that went to trial, 77 million window-licking knuckle draggers decided to give him another go. But that doesn't change what happened. So, like, it's okay that you thought he was the lesser of two evils, or even that you thought he was going to be a good president, or even that you thought he was a good president the first time. But you are a traitor, right? You just have to admit that, because that's just the facts at hand. Like, you don't care about the Constitution. Mike Pence followed the Constitution. You guys wanted to hang him. You don't care about free and fair elections. Half of you don't even think we're a democracy. You missed fourth grade social studies. Fourth grade social studies is that we are a democratic republic, and so we get half of MAGA is like, we're not even a democracy, we're a constitutional republic, even though those aren't mutually exclusive. Like, you guys just don't know how anything works. And so that leads you to believe anything. You just believe lies. If you don't know how anything works, everything's a conspiracy. Oh. Or applying for jobs, Dan? I think I'll be all right. Although given how prices still haven't gone down, even though he promised to bring grocery prices down on day one, cost of living is still going up, and the blanket tariffs are raising the prices of common goods like coffee, chocolate, and beef. I think maybe I should get another job to afford this Trump economy. I think that's a good point. All right. Do we have any other guests? Because if not, we're just gonna go. We're just gonna go through the timeline. We're gonna go through some of the photos, and we're just gonna talk about what either MAGA doesn't know or what doesn't bother MAGA. So, thank you. Have you read Virginia's book yet? No, I haven't. Our country was founded by an insurrection. Random hero, thank you for agreeing that this was an insurrection. I appreciate it. Oh, we have a guest. Here we go. Hi, welcome up.
Hello?
What's going on?
Well, I disagree with what you're saying up here, man. It's
Okay.
total bullshit.
What have I said that's wrong?
How am I a traitor for voting for Donald Trump?
Okay. So do you think that losing an election and then trying to pressure your vice president to break his duty to the Constitution so that you win the election instead, do you think that that's treasonous?
But that didn't happen.
You tried, right? It's like attempted murder, still a crime.
Yeah, but I'm gonna rape a fucking baby, nigger, 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 nigger. I'm gonna rape your fucking mother, you fucking Jew. You fucking...
Just remember, if you voted for Trump, you voted for the same person as that guy. You voted for the same party as the KKK. You voted for the same. You voted for the same person that neo-Nazis support. Good company you got there. You voted for the party that Putin wanted to win. No right, no left, straight march to your death. March, march, march. Are you good, Holly? Holly, do you need to go to a room that's very padded on the walls? Average Trump supporters? No, for real. All right. Hi, Erica. Okay, so we're gonna pull up the timeline here real quick. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong thing. So we're gonna go through this until one of the traitors decides to have enough testicular fortitude to request up. Ooh, this is the person that told me to get a job. Let's see. Hi there.
Get a job.
You got me. Wow. Someone said I've been good, Reagan. Thank you. How are you? Dude was so loud in the comments. Yeah, I mean, so ultimately, MAGA is a movement predicated on like fear, right? These are very, very soft individuals. A needle, a piece of fabric on my face. Someone with different color skin. Like, everything they talk about is just shit they're afraid of. All of it. Like, think about it, when we went into the election, right? 2024 election. One of the top two. Oh, sorry. So the top three topics, or what's it called? Top three motivators for Republican voters. One of them was immigration, and one of them was trans issues. Trans issues affect, first of all, the trans population is less than 1% of the population, affects no one. No Republican is affected by any of that. Illegal immigration positively affects Republicans, but they're just so scared of anything they don't understand that they voted for that over health care. Do you understand? We're in a country where literally you have to stay at a shitty ass job because without like job provided health care, you might be cooked. Because every year, the Affordable Care Act gets gutted more and more by Republicans. And so we see healthcare costs rising, and that wasn't even in their top five. That wasn't in their top five. Everything they worry about is just shit that they make up and get scared of. Like just today, I don't know if anyone watched. We're not gonna watch it tonight. Okay, we don't have time. But one of these days, we're gonna watch Trump's speech. Trump had a speech today it was like a GOP retreat. Okay, and in this speech, he talked about how like there was a trans athlete that won a race by 5 hours. That was debunked 5 years ago, but they still talk about it because what else? Republicans can't run on policy, right? If they ran on policy, this is how it would go. It would be super easy. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna cut taxes for the top 1%. All right. Now we're gonna half pay for that by just adding to the debt, and the other half by cutting really important stuff like the FDA, for example. Right? There's gonna be, you guys won't even really notice that. Like there'll be more recalls and more like foodborne illness and stuff, but like it's hard for you to trace that back to us. We're gonna cut research into children's cancer cures, right? Like children's cancer research. We're going to cut that. You won't notice that because children have always died of cancer. You didn't care, right? You don't care about children and healthcare and any of that. You just care about them being born. What else? Okay. We're going to cut. We're going to cut funding for FEMA, right? You guys complained about FEMA not having enough funding. We're going to just make that even less. We are going to invade other countries, so that's going to be good for like the military and industrial complex. But either way, so we're just going to cut taxes on the top 1%, and everything else, is what it is. They can't run on that, so they have to come up with someone to be afraid of, right? So in 2024, we saw the GOP spend $215 million on anti-trans ads. This is a population that is less than 1% of the United States, and just want to exist. That's all they're asking for. $215 million. I don't even know how much money was spent on demonizing immigrants. But we have Donald Trump quoting the best immigrant demonizer, Adolf Hitler, when he said immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation. That's literally in Mein Kampf. Now, I have to remind MAGA, Hitler was bad. He was a bad guy, actually. So, like, quoting him directly, probably not a good look. Unless you want to get the same kind of voters that he got. So, so Trump can read. The U.S. is a third world country at this point. I mean, that's 500,000 plus per trans person. I never even thought about it that way. That's wild. But yeah, we have JD Vance admitted that they just make up stories to foment fear, right? Haitian migrants are eating cats and dogs. Like he admitted it on live TV that they just made it up. We literally see the hypocrisy from Trump himself when he says, okay, well, we're only going to deport the criminals, but then 75% of those sent to CCOT didn't have criminal records. And he once it became clear that farmers were like, hey, we actually don't have, Americans don't want to work these jobs. He said, okay, well, we'll exempt some of the illegal immigrants, but the farmers can keep them and make sure they don't get away. Bro's just reinventing slavery in 2025. And this is okay. By the way, so obviously, as a reminder, a poll was taken in 2016, before the 2016 election. 20% of people planning on voting for Donald Trump said that they disagreed with the ending of slavery. 20%. Now, one might think 20%, that's not a big number. But what I just said, I'd say that's a pretty disgusting number. I'll pull it up for everybody that doesn't believe it. Literally videos of guards letting Antifa inside. Nathan, why did he pardon Antifa? I love the conspiracies about January 6th because they all defeat themselves. It was all Antifa, but he pardoned Antifa. Or, it was the FBI/CIA, but it was Trump's FBI/CIA. They genuinely have nothing. And you know how I know they have nothing? Because they're not requesting. And you know why they're not requesting? Either they don't want me to hear their Russian accent, right? Because it's been proven that Russians were paid to sow division between Americans, were paid to spread misinformation and disinformation in the 2016 and 2020 election. So they don't want us to hear the Russian accent. They don't want to hear us breathing through their mouths because, right? Or number three, which is most of them, they're too scared because they know they're wrong. They know deep down that they're wrong. They just don't want to admit it out loud. This is what they want to, their heart wants to get this out, but they can't do it. I put Donald Trump ahead of the Constitution. That is the truth for every single person that voted for Donald Trump in the 2024 election. Period, point blank. Now, we can argue about whether it's worth it. Listen, if the Constitution was preventing me from stopping Adolf Hitler or something like that, then, maybe I would do the same. Maybe I would put the Constitution ahead of, or put the opponent of Hitler ahead of the Constitution or something like that. I don't know. I get it. But just admit it with your chest. Say it with your chest. You put Donald Trump ahead of the Constitution. And then we can talk about why you were cool with that. They're traitors, dictionary definition, plain and simple. Yeah. And I appreciate the person before that said the country was founded by traitors. I think that's a fair point. That I wish I would respect MAGA so much more if they just admitted that they were traitors, but they want this country instead. The United States, the 248-year experiment of the United States of America, they didn't like that. They wanted a more fascistic, more ultra-nationalist, right-wing country. And so they attempted a coup to make that happen. I would disagree with them, obviously, but at least we're being honest with ourselves. That's what I want to get back to, really. Like, obviously I'd love for the pendulum to swing very far back to the left, and maybe we get some universal healthcare or something in exchange for the past 10 years of whatever the fuck this was. But at the very minimum, I just want to go back to when we had two parties where we disagreed. We agreed about the problem, but we disagreed about the solution. That's what it used to be. The Republican and Democratic Party used to agree about the problems, right? For example, one of them, overspending, right? That's a problem that Republicans and Democrats agreed about, but they disagreed about the solution, right? You have Republicans that believe that trickle-down economics works, and Democrats that will want to do the opposite and raise taxes, right? And at the time, trickle-down economics hadn't been tried yet, but now, like, it's very clear that it doesn't work. And what's worse is that back then Republicans would also cut spending to counteract the tax cuts. They don't do that anymore. They literally don't do that anymore. They just spend more. So. But they lie about it. And so even just the reality of what's taking place in front of our eyes, we can't agree about it. Go back to Mitt Romney, Republican. At the end of the day, so I've talked about this before. So Thomas Massie is a great example. I disagree with Thomas Massie about so much, okay? But he's consistent. He wants to cut government spending, so he votes against massive spending bills from both parties. He wants justice for the victims of Epstein and his clients, so he votes to release the files regardless of who the president is. Like this is a guy where I disagree with him about tax policy. I disagree with him about the social safety net, but at least we agree on reality. Like we can have a debate where I don't have to waste an hour walking someone through reality. So, for example, this last guest, how much time did I have to go through just walking him through what happened? Like, he said, well, I didn't see a video of the peaceful protester stealing a riot shield and beating a police officer with it. I didn't see the conviction of the guy who stole a police officer's taser and dug it into the officer's neck and he had a stroke. So we have to waste time going through all that. I just want to go to a place where, me, Thomas Massie, can have a discussion about policy where we don't have to waste hours upon hours defining reality. That's what I want to do. White House put out BS revision of the J6 timeline today. Yep, I pulled it up. If we are going to go over it, we have to go over the real timeline as well, because I'm definitely not trying to just do their bidding for them. Are you a liberal? I guess. I think labels are a little bit cringe. I'm probably to the left of the current Democratic Party. Well, not probably. I am to the left of the Democratic Party, but I'm probably to the right of a lot of online leftists. So whatever you want to call that, progressive maybe. Massey hates Trump bad. It's so funny. I don't think Massey hates Trump. I actually think that he's just Massey has stayed the same for the past entire political career. He's stayed the same. Nothing's changed. The problem is that he keeps getting demanded to break his ideals by Donald Trump. And whereas most Republicans have zero spine and only care about their reelection and only care about pleasing Donald Trump, Massey just votes with what fits his worldview. And a lot of the times that's with Donald Trump, but sometimes it's against. Like, for example, releasing the Epstein files. Like, for example, not blowing a $3 trillion hole in our budget with the big, beautiful dog shit. Massey is the one trying to remove the U.S. from NATO. I'm not saying, Matt, I agree with Massey. But his reason for wanting to get the U.S. out of NATO is not something that he just made up. It's based on his political philosophy, and he will back that. He is nothing if not consistent. Exactly. You know, of course, as this was all set up by Nancy Pelosi and the Department of Justice, right? Why did he pardon everybody if it was set up? Massey is one of the best of the worst, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I'd always rather take a Republican that's a little bit more moderate on certain issues, right? So, like, in terms of policy, I probably would prefer someone like a Lisa Murkowski, maybe. But Massey is he's just a consistent person, and lately that, God, you have to respect it, right? Even if you disagree with the person, at least they're consistent, and at least it's clear that they're putting their country ahead of their party. This was the case with Pence too. Now Pence obviously dabbled a bit in misinformation as well, but when push came to shove, he put the Constitution and the country ahead of his party, and he risked his life for it. They were literally chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." It's like when I started doing these lives, August of 2024. It was when Trump was basically the presumptive nominee to be the Republican candidate. And the polling for him versus Biden had him ahead by a pretty solid margin. And I genuinely felt gaslit by the country. I was like, you guys watched January 6th and this was, how is the nominee not Nikki Haley? Or hell, even Ron DeSantis. Like, Ron DeSantis was like the cleaner version of Trump. Like, he's still the evil, horrible, xenophobic, all virtue signaling, the stupid culture issues guy, just like Trump. He has no plans on it helping anyone. But at the very least, he was coherent. He spoke in full sentences, and he wasn't too much of a baby to go to the debates. He went and debated Nikki Haley. Donald Trump skipped the debates. He said, well, I have no policy anyway, so why would I go to debate these people? And he still got voted for. Absolutely insane. But regardless, I just felt gaslit. But no one was talking about the fact that, like, he lost the election, lost 64 court cases. Everyone told him he lost. All of his closest advisors, his own family members told him he lost. And then he's like, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take fake electors. I'm going to pressure my vice president to pick those electors, and then we'll win the election, even though we lost the electoral college. And, like, people don't even know about it. It's really, really sad. Yes, I have Jimmy Boy. Now, it seems like, even though there's 450 people in here, all of the maggots in here know they have no leg to stand on. Because if they did, they would just request stuff and prove me wrong. It would be super simple to prove me wrong. Christopher, awesome. It was a setup, bro. Ask Pelosi. But Pelosi has a question for you. I asked her. She said, why did he pardon all of the people if it was a setup? Doesn't make a lot of sense. That's why they're quiet. Yeah, I mean, they have no leg to stand on. They got the fat cankles like their president, Donnie Deep Throat, the old Bubba blower. Anyway, all right. Here we go. We'll go through the timeline real quick. So, Dan, you're going to get banned again? Which is banned for speaking the truth? See, that's another thing. MAGA talks about freedom of speech, but they don't come up to speak and then they report because they don't want me to just read a timeline of the events. All I'm doing is reading what happened. That's it. Just reading what happened. All right. I'm going to go over this real quick. So, 8/17 on January 6th. States want to correct their votes, which they now know were based on irregularities and fraud, plus process never received legislative approval. All Mike Pence has to do is send them back to the states, and we win. Do it, Mike. This is a time for courage. Now, to be clear, every single one of his claims of irregularities and fraud has either been debunked, has either been litigated, or the recounts and audits have taken place. We saw this in his phone call with Georgia, right? The Georgia Secretary of State. He said, all I want you to do, I just want you to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have. And you have the Georgia Secretary of State, who is a Republican, by the way, always been a Republican. I know the moment you turn against God Emperor Trump, you become a rhino, but the Republican, by the way, said, yeah, the problem that you have, Mr. President, is that there are no more votes to count. All of the votes have been counted and then recounted. The election is over. Every single claim that Donald Trump made in his speech on January 6th has already been told to him. It's the explanation has been given to him. I did a video going over every single time that either Bill Barr, his Attorney General, either the Secretary of States of the swing states, or a member of his DOJ or a member of his family, every single time someone explained to him that what he's saying is a lie, and then he would just lie again. The speech on January 6th was filled with things that had already been debunked for him. So it's one of two things for MAGA. It's either he's such a lying, malignant narcissist that he was willing to throw our Constitution under the bus if it meant him staying in office after losing an election, or he's so incompetent that he just believes delusions. In which case, neither reality is a Trump that you should vote for unless you just really didn't want to vote for a black woman. So. All right, let's see here. A little bit of part A, a little bit of part B. Historically, the least educated people vote Republican. What's worse is the party knows this. Yeah. So, like, here's the pushback, though. Hold on. I want y'all to hear the pushback. Kat, what gift is the I love the poorly educated? Remember?
I have concepts of a plan.
I love the poorly educated. Oh, there it is.
I love the poorly educated.
Right. So Republicans will push back and say that colleges indoctrinate you, right? You go to college, and then rather than like you learn how to be a liberal, right? That's what they'll say. They'll say, it's not that that smarter people vote Democrat. It's that when you go to college, you get tricked into being smarter or whatever. I don't know. The mental gymnastics that they have to do to justify all of the statistics that don't point in their favor is wild. Anyway, all right, where are we going with this?
I'm blowing out my damn throat.
Sorry. Okay. So, this right here is it's built on lies. So from the start, it's built on lies. 1058, members of the Proud Boys movement, a right-wing militia, are seen heading towards the Capitol. Speaking to Newsnight's U.S. correspondent David Grossman, one member of the group says, "We're taking our country back." One of the group has a radio. It was clear he was communicating, getting messages, sending messages to someone, our correspondent said. 12 noon, President Trump begins his speech to supporters in Washington.
Talk about extreme.
Thank you, Hector. Hey, Liam. Guest in box. Ooh, we have a guest in the box. Hold on. Hi, welcome up.
Hi.
What's going on?
I mean, I just disagree with how you're characterizing
Democrats are smarter kind of thing.
Well, I mean, all I said, which is just what the stats show, which is that the more educated you are, the less likely you are to vote Republican.
Yeah, I mean that doesn't really, you know, I don't think that means anything important.
Okay.
I think that's just irrelevant.
I mean,
Plus, I mean,
that's
there's stats that show,
that's totally
people
fine,
who are
Cope. Yeah.
that's code. I mean, there's stats that show that people who are educated in STEM fields, like tech, engineering, are more likely to vote Republican.
Okay.
It's just the people who are in a liberal arts fields, not highly intellectual people who are in a gender studies kind of easy degrees that don't really make a lot of money. Those people are more likely to vote Democrat, but people in engineering fields are more likely to vote Republican.
What do you think people with political science degrees vote?
Um, Probably Democrat. Yeah, but I mean, it's much harder to get. I mean, an engineer is generally a lot smarter than a political science degree. It's a lot harder to do like advanced calculus than it is to like do statistics, right?
I mean, I suppose, but well, I actually don't even know if I agree. These are just different skill sets.
You think like multivariable calculus, like that's less complex, like statistics is more complex than multivariable calculus.
Also, you're not even right. I just looked it up. And according to Pew, 55% of people in STEM identify as Democrats compared to 32% as independents and 6% as Republicans. Where did you even
People
get
in
that?
STEM, I've heard that a lot before.
You
It
heard that.
says
You never actually looked it
People
up.
don't like me.
civil, mechanical, chemical, especially petroleum engineers are often
Oh,
cited as more
I'm sorry,
conservative.
petroleum engineers. That's a good point. Okay, people whose jobs rely on the Republican Party keeping us in the Stone Age vote Republican. I would believe that. I don't even have to look that up. Yes, petroleum engineers probably vote Republican. Okay,
Well, I mean, these are the people who are like,
I'm sure. I'm
the
sure
people
people
who
that work for
generate
NRA
produce.
also vote Republican. Sweet.
No, I mean, it's not just that like, it's just the high earning tech people, the rich people.
No. I'm sorry. I just showed you. I can show you the study if you'd like. This is from Pew. Okay. So STEM greatly favors Democrats to Republicans. You said specifically petroleum engineers. That makes sense, right? If your job is dependent on the Republican Party continuing to keep us in the Stone Age and not advance society, then yeah, I would guess that. But I mean, we could go through the study. Or wait, actually, before I show you, I'm sorry, we have to set the goalpost. So if it turns out that STEM favors Democrats, what would you say then?
Well, I mean, it depends on how you define STEM.
Okay.
How are we defining STEM?
How would you want to define it?
I'd say people with like highly technical degrees, like
You said people with
engineering and
what?
mathematics.
What?
People with technical degrees like engineering and mathematics.
People with technical degrees.
Yeah, like engineering, physics, mathematics.
Engineering, physics. Okay. Yeah. So if I now show you that those people actually favor Democrats, unlike what you just said, are you gonna agree with the implication that it's pretty clear the more educated you are, the less likely you are to vote Republican?
Politics of engineers. Well, I just found a study. Engineers tend to view themselves as much less liberal and slightly more
I noticed
conservative
that you're
than the
googling.
public.
You're googling before setting the goalpost because you don't want to have to take a position out
No,
here.
I mean,
Very
I'd
nice.
say like no. I mean, it's not like it's like some underhanded strategy. I mean, you don't always have to assume like assume the worst in people, right? I mean, I'm just trying to like find the study that you were referencing, right? I mean, but yeah, I'd say like if it comes out that everyone people with engineering degrees are much more likely to vote Democrat, then sure, yeah.
Okay. So are you gonna, just so we're clear, you know that STEM does not just mean engineer. So when you use the talking point in the future, keep STEM out your mouth, okay? And just if you want to talk about petroleum engineers, just say that.
Okay, well, like what
What?
the E stands for, right? Like science and technology. I mean, science I think is just kind of broadly used. I mean, it's political like I don't want to
It was
include social
political.
sciences, right? Like I want to focus more on the hard STEM than like psychology and stuff.
Just cut out. Listen, pick whatever cherries you need to make you feel better about your low functioning prefrontal cortex. That's fine. I'm sorry, that was mean. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
Prefrontal cortex is a part of
insulting
your
people
brain.
like ad hominem makes you look like a bad debater, right? I
Well,
mean,
no. This is post ad hominem. I've already given you the argument and the stats. This is just me insulting you because you're
yeah, I mean,
obviously looking.
it makes you look like you can't like really make good points if you
No,
just
I already
have to
made the points.
resort to
No, an ad
insulting.
hominem is when I'm using my insults to not attack your argument. I've already dismantled your argument. Your argument went from people in STEM are more likely to vote Republican to okay, well, engineers are more likely to vote Republican to okay, well, petroleum engineers are more likely to vote Republican. So, like, if you want to stake that claim, that's fine. But it's very clear what you're doing is you're picking the very cherry that you need to feel better on the inside. And I'm sorry, that's just
Well,
them's the
let me
breaks.
ask you a question. Like, would you consider a psychology major STEM? Is psychology part of STEM?
It is a science. Do you not want to include it? Like I said, if you don't want to include certain things, just don't call it STEM. You
I
could
mean,
just say engineers.
it's kind of subjective, right? I mean, like, I think I only include hard sciences. Like, psychology isn't really a hard science, Like talking about the id and the ego. I mean, that's not really hard science compared to physics. Psychology doesn't really take the same type of a difficult math and intellectual rigor that the hard sciences like engineering take. So
Okay,
I don't
so I
really
mean,
think it's comparable.
listen, if you want to define it in a certain way, then just don't use the acronym. Then don't say STEM. Say what you want to
Okay,
say.
sure, whatever. I'm saying physics, math, engineering.
Okay,
Show me the study that those people are more
so
likely to vote.
physics and math engineers are more likely to vote Republican. That's your new pick.
Yeah, I mean that's what I
Okay.
meant the first time, but that's my clarified take. Yes.
Okay. Physics and math engineering. I mean, possible. I could look it up right now if we want to get specific. I don't know how
I mean,
that debunks anything. The whole
I found a
point
study.
is from the start you were just kind of offended by me bringing up the fact that the more educated you are, the less likely you are to vote Republican.
I mean, I think that's just kind of like a cop out that Democrats use when they don't want to defend their like. It's just kind of a. It's like we're the educated ones. That means that we're right. I mean, I think it's just kind of lazy. Lazy like I don't know, pseudo intellectualism. Like we're so educated, we must be right.
You know what? Maybe it's just you're hearing something like a shoe fits kind of thing. Because I was just reading a thing in chat which said that the Republicans generally have less education, which is true.
Hmm.
Like, I'm sorry
Yeah,
that
I
I
mean,
defended you.
you think that's telling of anything? I mean, do you think that means that Democrats have better policy positions?
Well, I would say in a vacuum, it might not necessarily be telling of something, but given that the current Republican Party lives in a different reality, then yeah, I would say it's pretty telling.
Yeah. Do you think the fact that like these super intelligent people like engineers who do this very complicated stuff like the fact that they're more likely to be conservative, would you say that that's telling of anything or no?
I mean, it could be what it's likely. So again, I'm gonna you know what, I will look it up for your sake, but it's possible that it could be the intersection of the more money you make, the more likely you are to vote Republican, because like billionaires really love Republicans. So like when you want your taxes to get cut, then you're more likely. It also could be because some fields have a male bias, and men are more likely to vote Republican because a lot of them are, just they're really afraid of things. They're very fragile. It could be a lot of reasons. So I mean, I'm just saying. I'm all I'm doing is I'm just saying a thing, and if you heard it and got offended by it, then I don't know what to tell you about it. Like, it's really.
Do you think that like having money and being intelligent could be correlated? Like people with
Uh,
more money are correlated to being more intelligent.
it could potentially be correlated, but I don't think it necessarily is causational, because I mean we see very rich people be very, very stupid. Like we see it over and over again. In fact, most actually, it might be negatively correlated if you go by per capita, because most people with a lot of wealth were born into it. In which case they never had to, learn to think or critically think. So, yeah, I mean, that'd be an interesting thing to look at studies about. I'd be curious.
No, I mean, even if you're born into wealth, right? Let's say your dad was a, genius, like, genius entrepreneur like Bill Gates. You're still likely to be intelligent because intelligence is an inherited trait. And if your parents were geniuses, then you're more likely to be a genius. Um, I mean, we see this like a lot, and I mean, the data shows that money is positively correlated with intelligence, which is like obviously makes sense because if someone is very unintelligent, they would probably make, poor decisions and, wouldn't be able to achieve wealth. They wouldn't be able to keep wealth once they achieve it. So yeah, I mean, I think like people who go into, STEM as in, and then maybe not STEM, right? People who go into engineering, mathematics, rigorous fields tend to make more money because those fields are harder and they
uh,
tend to be smarter. And
they
I
tend
mean,
to
they
make
tend
more
to be
money because
conservative.
those fields are harder.
Yes.
Do you think teaching is an easy job?
Um, as far as like intellectual, I mean, yes, I do. Yeah. Like teaching high school or teaching, elementary school. Yeah, I mean, it's short hours. Um, Short hours. You get the summers off. You get breaks off. Um, you don't have to pass any really hard classes like differential equations or multivariable calculus. It's one of the easiest degrees you can get. Yeah.
Okay, so you said that wealth is correlated with intelligence, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Or
just so
income
we're
at least.
clear, I'm not saying that, but in your own worldview, uno reverse, turns out actually the richest among us be more Democrat. So, hmm.
I don't know where the brackets are being drawn.
Zoom in. Now, again, I didn't make that assertion. You did to try to cherry pick whatever data makes you feel better about voting or preferring the anti-science side. Like whatever data helps you with that, that's fine. But like now you have to just admit that you were either wrong about your assertion or you agree that Republicans lick windows. Which one? You could pick either way.
Republicans what? Or less wealthy? I mean,
Uh, Less intelligent based on your own
less intelligent?
proposition. Yeah,
No.
you said intelligence was correlated by wealth. If the wealthiest are voting for Democrats, then by your own logic, right?
I mean, I don't. I mean, there are plenty of very unintelligent Republicans, but
Notice. Do you even know when you're moving the goalpost? Is it involuntary?
are we talking about like average IQ, or are we talking about the most intelligent people are Republican? I mean, you haven't defined the goalpost yet.
You define the goalpost, sir. You said that wealth positively correlated with intelligence, and so wealthier people voting Republican would mean that Republicans are more intelligent. And so then I because everything you're going is based on vibes and feelings, I actually fact checked it, and it turned out that like you were wrong. So in your own worldview, this would mean that Democrats are smarter. So like what you can do, you have one of two options, right? It's either you could say, okay, I completely made up what I said about wealth being correlated with intelligence, or you can say, oh shit, I guess Democrats are smarter. But you can't just go back. I'm not gonna let you do that. I'm sorry.
I just don't believe your study. I don't know how it's defined. I mean, I don't see the methodology.
Okay. Well, I mean, it just looks at the wealthiest like zip codes and where they voted, and it's just the numbers. I mean, I understand that like Republicans don't really understand numbers. That's why they can support someone like Donald Trump, who said that they reduced prescription drug prices by 1,400, 1,500, 1,600%. But Thank you so much, Ari, for the hammer. I didn't see it on the screen, but thank you so much. So yeah, listen. I'll let you. I'll let you get the last word here. Whatever you want to do. Either if you want to take back what you said, just say, you know what, I was bullshitting, or if you want to just admit, or like it sounds like you kind of just want to deny reality, which par for the course to be a Republican. I get it, but what do you I know I'm being a little.
I mean, I think like your insults, like if you're actually trying to convince people, you know, like
I'm
if
not
you want
trying
to
to convince
convince
you.
me to be Democrat,
No,
no.
yeah,
Who are you trying to convince?
the people that are watching. I want them to see that
Are you
the other
trying to
side just
convince
makes shit up.
Republicans or Democrats? Are you trying to convince Republicans or Democrats?
No, the people that are watching. No. I don't know if you know this. I'm sorry. 90 million Americans didn't vote in the last election. Not only that, but a large amount of the 77 million people that voted for Donald Trump are self-proclaimed independents, and his support from independents has already tanked from, I think he was at a
I'm an
positive
independent.
1 net approval to negative 55 net approval in his first year. But I'm talking to non-voters and independents. I'm not going to convince a Republican at this point. If you were a Republican and voted for him after January 6th, there's
Really?
nothing I can tell you that's going to change anything.
Well, it sounds. I mean, you have very little confidence in yourself. It seems like if you were really good at making arguments, then
No,
you
I have
would be
little
able to change
confidence
people's
in
minds.
Trump supporters. Like after over a year of talking to you people, it's just clear that your egos are just they're too fragile for you to ever admit that you're wrong. So I'd rather show to everyone that every point you brought up, you either made up or were just wrong about, and then maybe those watching are like, damn, like that side really doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna give you some advice because I want to help you out.
I don't want
Um,
advice for.
I
You've
think
been wrong about
I
everything. Why
mean
would I
do
take
you
your advice? Actually, I should take
you
the
told
opposite of
me
your
you
advice.
told
Go
me
ahead.
to I have the last words, right? I have the
Yeah.
last
No,
words, right?
I will take your advice so I can do the opposite. Thank you.
Finish him!
Thank you, Miles, for the massage for you. Advice from a kid who doesn't know what STEM is. See that is the perfect encapsulation of people that identify as Republicans. Okay, it's that they think they know what they're talking about, and they want to sound like they know what they're talking about. And so you would come up here and say, I want to give you advice. Bro, I'm not going to take advice from somebody who I'm not even confident knows that red light means stop and green light means go. I just, based on what you've shown me so far, where you couldn't follow a conversation, right? You'd make a point, and then when the data debunks your point, you wouldn't know what to do. He had to either move the goalpost or just say, I disagree with the study. And again, this is someone that's coming up that supports a traitor, and also just an absolute moron. I don't think we talk enough about how stupid Donald Trump is. Like, we give him a pass because he's a billionaire and he won a couple elections. I kind of don't. I mean, the first one he did lose by 2.6 million votes, but unfortunately, we live in the United States, who has backwards laws in that regard. But he won at least one election. And so we kind of just ignore the fact that he really says the stupidest things. That first of all, if you remove the video from his words, right, you just read. What a baby. The live contains themes that may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reason, harassment, and bullying. All right, everybody. Here we go. 524 of you. Quickly. Make sure you're following. I'm going to reset. We got banned 3 days ago because MAGA are soft. Just soft as baby shit. Okay? Make sure you follow. We're going to restart. I love you all. I'll BRB. TikTok. YouTube, Twitch. You guys are hanging out for a bit. I am just going to kiss my girlfriend, and then I will restart on TikTok. Did you get shut down on TikTok? No, I reset because we got the bullying warning because MAGA. I mean, you know. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea now. Well, yeah, because now we don't have a guest in the box, right? We're rebuilding the live. Okay, here we go.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
Hi, TikTok user. I'm Moxie. Welcome back, everybody. Serena. I don't know what if and when Serena comes back. I need to thank her for the Venmo. Okay. We are going to. I'm going to join on my backup so that when we get banned, y'all can follow the backup. Not bring anyone up. No, I'll bring people up. We just reset. Hey, Dave. Look up that woman who reads Trump's speeches. I think I've seen her before. Okay, we have a few guests requesting already, so just give me 1 second. We're gonna get started shortly. Make sure if you have it, make sure to send a heart me to protect the live. Apparently, thank you, Abby. The heart me is a penny a day, but like the higher I guess the live score, the less likely that like 1 or 2 reports would take it down, something like that. I don't know. It's all urban legend anyway. Thank you, Miles. I'm gonna request here on my backup. Yikes, that prompt wants all the smoke. I want all the smoke. The problem is they don't have any smoke. They have no legs to stand on. They got fat ankles like they're traitor in chief. Thank you, Ange. Thank you, Zoe. Is Serena here? Serena, you sent the Venmo and I didn't get a chance to thank you for it. Guessing you saw the White House post?
Come on, man.
Wait, is there a new White House post? Thank you for the taps. Who bombed Libya? Who did a drone strike in Yemen at a wedding? I think that's Barack Obama. I don't know what that has to do with the prompt. Like, are you saying yes, I'm a traitor, but I don't like Barack Obama? I'm lost. Was Barack Obama running against Donald Trump in 2024? I think it was Kamala Harris. I know y'all have been obsessed with Obama ever since he won in 2008. Like it literally broke your brains. But did you see the video of George Conway running? Oh, is running Kellyanne? I didn't see a video, but I did hear. Okay, we're gonna go to our next guest. If you like this content, make sure to drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much for being here. Wow, you're so naive. If you think I'm wrong about anything, a singular thing, James, all you have to do is request up and prove me wrong about anything. I always admit when I'm wrong. I did it earlier today. I admitted I was wrong about
Kessler.
Thank you, Fufu. I admitted I was wrong about the turnout from 2012 to 2016. I will admit when I'm wrong. The problem is that MAGA have a hard time being right. All right, here we go. We're going to our first guest. Serena, if you're here, thank you again for the Venmo. I will read it out once you are here.
Hello?
Hello.
I'm not MAGA. I just wanted to join and tell you that I'm a long-time watcher and I really appreciate what you do, Dan.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You can kick me, but thank you.
Okay. Appreciate you. Bye.
Love you.
Love you too. I'm here. Oh, sweet. Okay. Okay, so really quick from Serena, and then we're going to go to our next guest. Thank you for the $3. Hey, Dan, I am an electrical engineer, technically an engineering manager now. I missed the beginning of the convo, but all my engineering friends and colleagues, including myself, are not MAGA. Yeah, I believe that. I mean, ultimately, that's something like that is anecdotal, but with the last guest, who didn't even have anecdote, it was just vibes. I would say that I agree, and I mean the stats back it up. Although he did pick a very interesting cherry, which was petroleum engineers. Petroleum engineers, I would say, probably do skew Republican because their jobs are at stake by voting for Democrats. All right, we're going to go to the next guest. Here we go. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, how's it going?
Going all right. How are you?
I'm doing good, not too bad.
All right. Do you disagree with the prompt?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Were you in the live before I reset, or you're just joining now?
Just joining now. I was actually talking to somebody else, and then now I'm here.
Okay. So do you think losing an election and then pressuring your vice president to defy the Constitution and make you the president, do you think that is treasonous?
In the context of the 2020 election, no.
Why so?
The reason that I think that it's not treasonous is because 5 years after the fact, we have things coming out that actually point to them being correct. And I can give you a specific example.
I will take the example in one moment. So
Sure.
does that mean before this year, so for the past 4 years, you agreed it was treasonous until now?
Well, I mean, to be totally honest with you, I feel like with most huge claims, like for instance with election fraud, one of the issues with it is that somebody's alleging that it happened, and then the other party is alleging that it didn't happen. So the only way that you really know the truth is after the investigations and the court cases come out. So anybody saying that they knew for certain that it was a fraudulent election or a non-fraudulent election in 2020, they can't really speak.
So the problem you have there, and trust me, I am going to let you give that example. But the problem you have there is that the investigations. Thank you, Miles. The investigations did happen. The recounts did happen. The court cases did happen. They lost 64 out of 64 of them.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually kind of disagree with you. I mean, we have the article that came out just a week ago.
No. Wait, I'm sorry.
You're really nervous about.
We're going to get to 2025, but you already claimed.
Very nervous about it.
I promise you, I will not kick you until I let you give the whole monologue about it. You're going to bring up Georgia and the 300 and whatever thousand votes, right?
That's part of it, yeah.
That's part of it. Great. I already know. We can get there in a second. I will not kick you. I swear. All right. You claimed that for the first 4 years, right? Even though you want to bring up things from this year, those first 4 years you still didn't think it was treasonous because the court cases hadn't happened. But you're wrong about that. 64 out of 64 court cases.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. So I mean, it's kind of like, I think you're kind of moving in the wrong, or I guess I should say your order of operations is wrong. Like for instance, how can you lose all of these court cases that are alleged over elections, and then after you lose the court cases, you have the Fulton County election officials admit that 315,000 votes shouldn't have been counted. And I want to be very, very clear here. If you look at the numbers from Fulton County, I believe that Trump had 100 and something thousand votes, and I think that Kamala Harris had much more, like 2 to 3 times as many votes.
You're mixing up 2020 and 2024, right?
2020. No, in 2020 he lost Fulton County.
Yeah,
Trump did.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were going to bring up 2020's numbers. You're bringing up 2024's numbers.
Well, I can bring up. No, the numbers are probably relatively maybe.
But if you're trying to convince me that Donald Trump lost Fulton County, you don't have to do it. We agree.
Yeah. So just let me make the point. So the point that I'm saying is, mathematically speaking, when you look at the amount of votes for each side in Fulton County in 2020, $315,000 is, or 315,000 votes is actually significant because it mathematically proves that he actually did definitively win Georgia.
Ooh, okay, so that last sentence that you just said, that's not true, and I will explain why that's not true.
Prove it.
I will explain why it's not true.
I can prove it. It's true.
Okay. Can you tell me why those votes shouldn't have been counted?
They weren't signed by a poll worker.
Okay, so you're saying that the votes were cast legally, but because of a poll worker's error, we should throw them out?
Well, no. I mean, in order for them to be cast legally and certified legally, they have to be signed by a poll
No. They
worker.
were cast legally. The poll worker, this was after the recount. Did you read the information that came out?
I did. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So you're under the impression that at any point, if a poll worker doesn't want your vote to count, they could just not sign it and we throw it in the garbage?
Well, when you have 315,000 votes that do not have a signature and it's legally required for them to be certified for them to have a signature on it, it's kind of the state's or the county's job to make sure that that happens. So, for instance, in Fulton County, it's not really the burden of like someone who has the belief that I have or doesn't have the belief that I have. The reality is that the true legality of that election is that those 315,000 votes legally should not have been
So
counted.
I'd like you to answer my question
dispute
now.
that. The Fulton County election officials, the election board, does
I'd
not
like you to
dispute
answer
that.
my question now.
Sure.
Does that mean that if I'm a poll worker and I don't want your vote to count, all I have to do is not sign it?
So what are you basically? I mean, I'm not sure what you're getting at here.
So you don't want to answer the question?
Well, why would there be 315,000 votes that don't have a signature? I mean, that's
because
like,
it was a clerical. If you read what they came out with, right? They're the ones that are admitting to this. If you read what they came out with, it was a clerical error, right? It could be
a clerical error. Yeah, okay, a clerical error. Well, here's the problem with that. If it were a clerical error, then they probably would have allowed the public to be knowledgeable to this much sooner than 5 years after the election's over and after the term.
Why would they even bring it up now?
Well, because I think people want the elections to be fair. So, for instance, if there's 315,000 votes somewhere that technically, legally should not have counted, I mean, that's kind of important.
So I'm going to ask you the question one more time. Does that mean that if I was a poll worker and I didn't want your vote to count, all I have to do is not sign it?
Well, I'm pretty sure that you'd be prosecuted for that. But if that's what you're trying to say, then I guess, yeah, if you're a poll worker and you don't want to sign them,
yeah.
So I guess that you have the human right to not do something that you want to do. But poll workers, their jobs are to verify the vote. So if you didn't do that, they'd probably just get rid of you as a poll worker.
That's perfect. So you put the blame on the right person in that regard, which is the poll worker here. But for some reason, in the 2020 election, you want the 300 and some odd votes that were cast legally, you want them thrown out because of the poll worker's error. The reason is because your guy lost fair and square, and you'd rather we throw out the legal votes, right? Because they weren't signed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just making the case that if there's a legal standard for votes to count, that the legal standard should be met for those votes to count. I think that we live in a society where the rules should be followed, and if the people in Fulton County don't follow those and those ballots don't count, then they don't count.
What did you look up what you're supposed to do when ballots aren't signed on their final sign-off?
You tell me.
You report it, and then you sign them.
Okay, great. So why were 315,000 of them not signed?
Why were they not signed?
Yeah. How did they not catch that in several years?
I haven't. Actually, I know why they haven't caught it, because it's like a irrelevant error. These are votes that had already been certified. That had already been counted and then recounted. This was just the final, because Georgia was down to whatever 0.1% or under 0.5%. They had to do a recount. And so after that final recount, that changed none of the results. There was a final signature that needed to be done. That signature wasn't done. Now, if you want to throw those poll workers under the bus for that, I mean, that is a mistake. The law requires them to sign it. That's true. So they are legally liable, not the 300 and some odd Georgians who you want to disenfranchise.
Well, I mean, to be totally frank with you, if the people of Fulton County, if the poll workers in Fulton County, and if the election system in Fulton County, if they can't actually make sure that the ballots are going through the proper process, that's actually Fulton County's fault. That's not anyone's fault. It's not my fault.
You're
for
right.
wanting the votes to count that should legally count. And you saying that I want to disenfranchise people, that's not the case.
No,
that's not the case at all.
Okay, all right. I will walk you through this. By the way, I'm not going to let you slip out of the fact that your justification for not thinking it's treason for the first 4 years was something that came out 5 years later. I didn't forget about that. We're going to go back to that, but I do want to ask you: were those votes cast legally?
Yeah, from what I understand, they were cast legally, but they weren't certified legally.
Okay. So what would be the reason that the people who cast those votes legally would no longer have their vote counted?
What was the question again?
So these 300 and something thousand Georgians cast their votes legally. Why do you not want their vote counted?
Because they do not have a poll worker's signature on them, which is law.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. If I showed
do you believe that laws should have to be followed, or do you believe that laws should be basically only followed when it's convenient for you?
The law wasn't broken
Just answer
by
that
those.
question first. Yes or no?
The law should always be followed. Okay, I answered the question.
Okay, great.
I
So
can't answer questions unlike you. So now I'm going to ask you a question. I'm just going to tell you. It's not a question. The law that was broken was not broken by those voters. It was broken by the poll workers. You understand that, right?
Sure. Yeah, in Fulton County.
Yeah. So if those poll workers see some sort of punishment, that would be acceptable. Why are we punishing the voters that did nothing wrong? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, it's not really a matter of who you're punishing. It's just a matter of following the rule.
Exactly. No. I'm sorry. I already told you what the rules were. So the rule is
but the rule says that they have to be signed by a poll worker.
Yeah. And so when it's discovered that votes that were in fact counted and recounted and certified don't actually have the clerical signature of the poll worker, the rule is that you report it, which is what they did, and then you sign it. That's the rule. Now I know that rule doesn't fit.
You're kind of making an assumption here that's kind of ridiculous. Like you're kind of operating on a premise that's totally insane.
What's the premise?
Yeah, I mean, the premise is that in Fulton County, right, Biden received a total of 381,144 votes, 72% of the county. Trump got 137,240, okay? So 315,000 votes is like legitimately a majority of the votes.
I understand.
Hang on. So here's the insane premise that you're operating under. You're operating under the insane premise that for some odd reason in Fulton County, Georgia, the people who run the elections are so incompetent that the vast majority of the votes do not even follow the law. So just by that standard alone, we shouldn't trust the results in Georgia because they can't follow their own law.
The voters followed the law. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, and you agree.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that the voters followed the law, but if the actual people who count the votes and certify that the votes are real and they put their signature on them and that's the process, if you can't follow the process for 70% of the votes that are cast in your county, then we should absolutely not be certifying an election until we get to the absolute bottom of that. And I want to go even a little bit further. I mean, if you look into the numbers here, if 315,000 of them should not have been certified, right? So what that means is even if we assume that 137,240, which is the total that Trump got in Fulton County, if we assume that 137,240 of his votes shouldn't have counted and he gets 0 votes in Fulton County, the remainder would come off of Biden's total. That is greater than the difference that he lost.
Wait. I understand. So it's that simple. The point you're making is not falling on deaf ears. Yes, in counties that Donald Trump lost.
Because it's factually correct.
Yes, in counties that Donald Trump lost, if you throw away all the votes, that is better for Donald Trump. We get that.
No, I'm not throwing away all the votes. I'm throwing away 315,000, and I'm assuming that every single one of Trump's votes are invalid. So I'm actually taking away all of his votes
what you're saying.
Yes.
I don't know why you think this is a good point. Yes, he lost it by a lot. He got his back blown out in Fulton County. That's not a good point. You're saying,
but if you actually follow the law, he wins Georgia.
The voters followed the law.
But the people who run the elections didn't. So if the people who run the elections didn't follow the law, then that election is not valid. That's just the way it works.
Okay, but that's not even what the law would.
No,
I'm sorry. Wait. No. I'm sorry.
1,000 votes.
I'm gonna stop you right there.
Because there was never any reports of poll workers saying that they just wouldn't sign.
Stop. I told you what the law is. This is the law. If the final these aren't even, by the way, the ballots that need to be signed 350,000 times. It's the tally sheets need to be signed. But if the law is the law, when these are discovered to not be signed, this is the procedure. Report it, and then you sign it. The law does not call for throwing away the votes. We're following the law, so your whole argument is invalid. You get that?
I mean, if okay,
I just want to be really clear. That's fine. You can say that.
I just want to be really clear. Does the law say that those votes have to be signed by a poll worker to be certified? Yes or no?
That's correct. But the law also says that if it is discovered that they were not signed, but they were certified, then it's reported and the votes are not invalidated.
Yeah, so that's basically I mean, really legitimately saying you actually kind of just openly said what everybody says has been happening. So I mean, I can't even believe you just said it out loud. You're like, okay.
What do you think I said?
So yeah, so you're saying that even if the votes are not certified properly, right? So they do not get the signature of the poll worker. You're saying, well, we should still count them. So even though the procedure is not followed, even though the law is not followed,
I'm sorry. You missed it. You didn't understand. You weren't following it.
That's completely ridiculous.
You're not following what I'm saying.
Okay, so should they have counted the votes or not counted the votes? Yes or no?
The votes have already been counted.
Yeah, okay, but should they have? The question
if we
was,
follow the law,
should they have?
if we follow the law, then yes, they should have. Yes. Oh,
okay.
TikTok users' content has been flagged for misinformation. Even TikTok agrees. Get fucked. Okay. I actually literally had to remove him because it says their live content is flagged for misinformation. Repeated violations could result in them being removed from this live. Yeah. So just so we're clear, okay, I'm gonna rewind that argument really quick. The argument came up saying that I don't think it's treasonous because 5 years later there is new information, and I said, okay, before we get to new information, does that mean that for 4 years you thought it was treasonous? And he said, no, because this came out. So for 4 years, right? I don't know if he was Biff Tannen with the Sports Almanac, and he knew this article was going to come out, and was just waiting this whole time. And he's like, yes, it's not treason. Yes, it's not treason. So for 4 years, everything Trump said has been debunked. Trump never even said this wasn't one of Trump's claims. Trump never claimed that 300,000 things weren't certified. So if all of Trump's claims were debunked, but you don't think it's treasonous because maybe one day, it's already nonsensical. So his actual statement, if he wanted to be logically consistent, would be, yes, I thought it was treasonous, but now I don't because I'm spinning this 300,000 thing, right? Now for the 300,000 votes, you noticed how hard it was for him to answer the question that I asked, which is, if I'm a poll worker and I don't like the way you voted, all I have to do is not sign it, and then your vote is thrown out. When I asked that, he didn't answer 3 times because he recognized what Trump supporters are asking just to find some crumb of voter fraud. Because again, they tried to overthrow the country over this claim. So it's humiliating for after 5 years, Mr. Pillow, My Pillow, said there was truckloads of evidence, and Trump said, oh, in 2 weeks we have truckloads of evidence. It's been 2 weeks, like 400 weeks already. Some crumb of something. Finally, this article comes out. Oh my God, Fulton County admits that 300 votes were illegal. Yes, let's go. If you read it with a third grader's comprehension, right? I don't know, they're reading it with a first grader's comprehension. A third grader's comprehension. But the votes were cast validly. And it was a clerical error. And the protocol in this circumstance, even if we want to go by TikTok users' word, right, which is saying that it doesn't matter how unfair it is for those 300,000 people, he doesn't care because they majorly voted for Biden, right? At the end of the day, if you poll Trump supporters and say, do you think we should throw out all votes for Democrats? I genuinely think a majority would say yes, because they don't believe in democracy. But even if we went by his claim, which is that, well, it's bad for those voters, but that's the law. The law literally says, in this case, you would still count those votes because it was a clerical error. But once I mentioned that, oh, he doesn't care about the law anymore. Now he just cares about the vibes and his feelings. So, fortunately, TikTok decided that his misinformation was too much. Frankly, I wish freedom of speech and he could just stay up until he was further humiliated for how willing he's to throw fellow Americans under the bus. 300,000 Americans, I don't care about your vote because this is going to be my talking point. This is going to be my talking point that gets me away from this up here. When Donald Trump lied to the American people over and over and over again, and I bought it, when he tried to steal the election by pressuring his vice president to pick the fake electors or lie and say that there was evidence of fraud and send the electors back to the House of Representatives, when he pushed his DOJ to send letters to the swing states saying, we have evidence of fraud, we don't. So just delay the election. All of this to justify that in the heart of MAGA, they need to be able to just say, I don't care about those 300,000 American votes that were cast validly. They weren't signed. That's it. We throw them out. That's why we see with their whole thing with the auto pen, where they're trying to invalidate like executive orders based on whether it's signed by an auto pen or not, even though like Trump has signed things by executive order, and that all you would have to do to invalidate an executive order is sign your own anyway. Like it's all this just delusion. Also, Tina Peters is never getting out of prison. I do want to talk about that for a second. So, Donald Trump vetoed a bill. This was a bipartisan bill, right? Because you have to, you have to be Republicans right now need to be on board for a bill for anything to pass. So he vetoed a bipartisan bill that aimed at helping finance a water pipeline in Colorado because he wants to pressure Colorado to pardon Tina Peters, who was convicted of election-related crimes. He wrote like in crayon his own pardon, even though you can't the president can't pardon state charges. And because they said, well, she broke the law, we're not going to release her. He vetoed a bill that would bring clean water to the state of Colorado. If you're okay with that, if you're okay with the president that's saying, if you commit crimes for me, I will harm people for you. Then I want you to say it with your chest, bro. Just say it. You like being on his team, right? Because you might need a pardon in the future. Like that's the reality. There's no way you can justify this as an American, right? Yeah, him punishing states for not doing his bidding, that should bother you as an American. But Trump supporters aren't Americans. They're traitors. So they're saying back this up. Oh, hold up. I got you. Okay, so U.S. House is expected to consider on Thursday whether to override President Trump's veto of a bill aimed at helping finance a water pipeline in Colorado. Should it happen, it could be the first attempt at an override in Trump's second term. Trump vetoed H.R. 131 on December 30th, saying the product is a taxpayer handout and is expensive and unreliable. He also said Colorado residents, not federal taxpayers, should pay for the Arkansas Valley conduit. Some have accused Trump of playing politics with his veto, which came on the heels of his administration's decision to close the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Boulder, the cancellation of hundreds of millions in energy grants, and on Tuesday, the freezing of childcare funding. Some also suggested Trump's actions are tied to his efforts to free former Mesa County Clerk Tina Peters, who was sentenced to 9 years in prison for tampering with election equipment after the 2020 presidential election. Trump issued a pardon to Peters, but experts said it has no legal effect because a president cannot pardon someone who is convicted on state charges. So, this is a bill, H.R. 131, that's sponsored by a Republican, Rep. Lauren Boebert, and had bipartisan support. Has there ever been a time that Donald Trump had vetoed a Republican-sponsored bill? Now, I know for Trump, right, we need him literally saying on tape, I want to unalive all Americans for you guys that like believe any of it. And even then you'll say, oh, he was joking. But we literally just need to look at his actions, right? This is just, he pardons people that speak highly of him. We saw it with George Santos. We saw it with Roger Stone. We saw it with people who literally colluded with Russia. I know you'll say the Russian collusion thing was a hoax, but the reality is there were indictments and convictions that came out of the Russian collusion investigation just because there was no prosecution of Donald Trump. And Mueller cited specifically the ongoing unwritten rule about not prosecuting presidents. Doesn't mean that it didn't lead to anything. So anyway, all right, we're going to go to the next cast. If you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. We're 5 years out from January 6th. I want to make sure people don't forget that if you voted for Donald Trump after January 6th, you are a traitor to this country. So here we go. Next guest.
Oh man, Dan, you bro, you just have such a low IQ, dude.
I appreciate that.
Hey Dan, what was worse, 9/11 or January 6th?
What's the context? If
Bro,
you mean
what the
in
fuck
terms of
do you
human
mean what
lives
the context
lost,
is? Answer the fucking question, bro.
9/11.
What was worse? Okay, so then why the fuck don't you just talk about 9/11? Stop talking about this dumb shit.
No, Ashby, don't mods, don't mute him. Don't mute him. Let him get his stupid out. Okay. So most Americans,
once you mute, you lose. Once you mute, you lose, bud.
Wait, no, I didn't mute. I literally just told my mods not to mute. All right, don't run. Okay, there's no more muting. Okay.
Oh, bro, I'm not running. I'm clipping this, bro.
Perfect. Clip it. I love it. Okay. 9/11 most Americans agree that that was bad. There's not much to talk about on 9/11. But for January 6th, half of Americans think it was
When the
okay.
fuck are you advocating for 9/11 or even veterans that went to the Iraqi war, bud?
What?
When do you hey Dan, do you donate to veterans, bud?
What? First of all, if I said yes, that doesn't change anything. And if I said no, that doesn't change
give a fuck
anything.
about this country, bud. That's the problem.
No, well, I'm actually I'm an illegal immigrant. I don't know if you know that. That's
Well, get the fuck out, bro. We're gonna capture your bitch ass and get you the fuck out of here. You should just take the $3,000 and leave.
I was kidding, Smoothie. Okay, so again, the reason I don't talk about 9/11 is because most Americans agree that it was bad, but half of Americans don't agree that January 6th is bad. Also, today is January 6th. Believe it or not, on 9/11, I'll probably talk about 9/11. Does that make you feel better?
Videos. It's like a tour they did in the white. Dude, what are you talking about? They walked through there like it was a tour.
Well, then what about the police officers that were assaulted?
Bro, Dan, who died that day?
What?
Dan, who died that day?
Oh, no, I didn't say died. I'm sorry. What about the police officers? Ashley Babbitt, yes. What about the police officers that were assaulted? Wait, just say it with your chest. I don't care about cops. Go ahead, say it.
I don't give a fuck, bud.
About cops. Thank you. Okay, so we know the problem here is that people like you don't care.
Dan, how come Christopher Wray didn't answer the fucking question when they asked him if there were ops in there, dude? If there was agents in the crowd?
It's okay. Hey, listen, we can pivot if you'd like, but I just need you to say.
I'm not pivoting. This has to do with January.
You are pivoting. Okay,
clown. You fucking clown.
All right, if you overtalk, that's the only way to get kicked is if you overtalk. Okay, we just have to go back and forth. You need to collect your faculties. Smoothie, you just collect your faculties enough to go back and forth.
Why didn't Christopher Wray answer the question?
I will answer your question when you answer mine.
To answer the question.
No, you never answered mine. I'm not going to let you pivot. We don't do pivots without concessions on this live. I'm sorry. So I asked you about the police officers who were assaulted, right? How can a tour be peaceful if police officers were assaulted?
Bro, how many police officers are assaulted in Los Angeles every fucking day, you clown?
I noticed that
Shut the fuck up with this shit.
I noticed that you asked me a question.
Why did
Believe it or not,
Wray refuse to answer yes or no, Dan?
David, I already told you. I will answer your question after you answer mine. But
okay, answer it. Shut up and fucking answer.
You didn't answer mine.
Bud.
You didn't answer. You just asked the question.
Christopher Wray refused to answer if there were agents or confidential.
Why are you getting so emotional?
Wait,
I need to understand. Why are you getting so emotional about this?
Because I served this country and I care. You didn't serve this country. You're a pussy little bitch, bud.
Can you collect your emotions for a second? Do the Andrew Tate thing, right? Stand like this.
Hey, Dan. 2002 to 2007. Do you think I went to war for this country? Yes or no?
I believe you, and you know what? Thank you for your service.
Okay,
but if you supported January 6th, then you're a traitor. Even if you served this country, I'm just letting you know.
How old are you, bud?
I don't know why you want. I'm not interested.
Hey, Dan,
okay, I'm not looking to date.
Buddy?
I'm not looking to date. I'm not going to give you any more personal information. So,
I'm just curious. How old are you, bud?
David's live content.
Yeah, because you're a
contains
pussy.
themes that some
You're
may
a
find
pussy,
uncomfortable.
bud.
If they remain in your live will be unavailable. If you could just, I wanted to clip farm this fucking window licking, knuckle dragging, smooth brain piece of shit. But he's such a hateful, emotional loser. Okay, that he couldn't shut the fuck up long enough for TikTok to let him talk. TikTok is making me kick these absolute hate mongers. My lord. Notice.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Thank you, Miles. Notice, I asked him a very simple question, calmly. How could it be a peaceful protest if police officers were assaulted? And he dodged the question 3 times while yelling and trying to talk about Christopher Wray. Now, I understand Christopher Wray's an attractive dude. He wanted to know my age. I get it, okay? And I'm just making that joke because it pisses those guys off. But I just wanted to simply answer that question. Then we could go to his question, right? That's all I want. We don't allow pivots without concessions, okay? We don't allow those on this live. Like when a question is asked that nails you to a wall, you don't get to just weasel to another question. We're good on that, okay? It's 2026. We're good on pivots without concessions. So now I don't know. I don't personally think you said anything that was enough for TikTok to kick you. If you'd like, I can post because I know people are going to say, "Oh, you ran, you kicked him, blah blah." I can post the warning is still on my page, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to post it in the Discord. TikTok lately has been kind of, they've been a little bit what's the word? Persnickety. Okay. I really would have liked to keep you up there longer. I think you would have probably started foaming at the mouth. and it would have been really funny for the viewers. But you know what? This is good because we can now go to a coherent, less emotional, more intellectual guest right now. So here we go. Anything to do with January 6th misinformation gets flagged? Well, you know what? Then this live is perfect because all we're doing is just getting the traitors banned, right? They just come up, open their mouths, and get banned. I don't even have to do anything. I just have to say here, what do you think about January 6th? And then they lie, and TikTok just... He was raging because he was lying, and J6ers get kicked from his information. All right, here we go. Next guest. Good luck, good luck, good luck. How are y'all still talking about January 6th? Donald Trump still has not conceded the election. When Donald Trump concedes the 2020 election, I'll stop talking about it. Hi, welcome up.
Hello.
How you doing?
Oh, you know, brother, it is one day closer to Friday. But we got a long way to go. I'm not here to prove you wrong or anything. I do apologize for the recent gentleman. Not all people that vote red are like that, I promise you. And just like how all people that vote blue, I don't think how they all are the same. January 6th was a terrible event for the USA. I can agree with Matt. It shouldn't have happened, but people are a little different in the head that they think that's okay. It's not okay to do that. I did vote for Trump. I like what he's doing. Not everything. Maybe he can word his words a little differently most of the time, especially a lot of things that he does. But I did vote for Trump. January 6th was terrible. So,
you didn't think like treason was a disqualifying attribute?
I think anyone that storms into in a historic building, especially a building with that importance, I would like to say that is in that category. Yes.
Well,
it's wrong. I think as a normal person, I don't think red or blue, anyone, it was right to do that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that take, but the problem is that you voted for someone that promised to pardon every single one of them, and that was the reason that it happened. That, to me, seems like there's a disconnect.
And I'm sorry about that. My research is a little dull. I have not seen him do that. I'm taking your word for it. Are all of them pardoned? I don't think they are. I haven't seen much news. I'm sure all of them still in there.
So here's the thing.
At least some of them, especially the people that did do a lot of crazy stuff in that building. I'm sure the people that just walked in there got
I hate to be the one to break it to you. The only people who aren't officially pardoned are people that had state charges, like someone like Tina Peters, which wasn't about the insurrection exactly. But yes, those that were at the insurrection on January 6th, every single one of them was pardoned. It was a blanket pardon. That includes people who were prosecuted of seditious conspiracy against the United States. So Enrique Tarrio and other leaders of like militia groups that literally came there with weapons. That includes people who there was one guy that I think is DJ Rodriguez, I think, stole a stun gun from a police officer and dug it into his neck, and the police officer had a stroke. That includes the person who beat a police officer with a flagpole. That includes somebody who maced a police officer. All of those people, blanket pardon. And that's what he promised to do. Like, this was an open book test.
Right. My research is a little dull. When you say promise, you're saying promise with the ED at the end. Like, has he done it?
Yes, he has done. Oh, yeah. I could pull up the article for you.
I think I've seen things.
It was day one. It was day one of his presidency.
A few people have gotten pardoned. I just haven't seen all of them, especially for the ones that put their hands on the officers. Because obviously there were officers there. A lot of people had a lot of adrenaline. They did a lot of silly things that they shouldn't have done. So I know those people are definitely still in there.
No. So day one of his presidency, before any kind of executive order about prices or anything like that, or wars or all the stuff that he said he was going to do on day one, the only actual thing he accomplished on day one was pardoning every single. It was the first thing he did in office. He pardoned every single one of them, and I can pull that up for you.
Which I believe we saw something like that, but I also saw that the people that assaulted actually people are still in there. So, but at the end, regardless, it was wrong. Red or blue, whatever side you're on, it was wrong. I don't know why the other guy brought up anything crazy like that, especially how he got so mad. No need for that. But it was wrong that day. I still am going for Trump. He does a lot of good things. A lot of things in my neighborhood have gotten cheaper. I know a lot of people are saying, "Where's the proof for that?" My gas was like $3.30 last year. Now it's down to $3.09.
I'm going to stop you really quickly. This is the official pardon on the White House website, January 20th, the day he was sworn
Oh,
in.
you know what? I do remember that now. You are right. I do
Okay.
remember that. I think that's crazy. Though
I really
that
fear. I
happened.
really fear for a country where something like this is something that you forgot. Like this is something that if you
It's gonna be like
like,
a
I don't know.
year.
I don't know about you. Like, if you respect the job that the officers did that day, this would
God bless their hearts.
yeah. I don't know. That's an interesting phrase. Interesting phrasing there. Like this would be something that you're upset about, but the fact that you forgot it, it's not even like we're not even a year. We're just about a year away, and you already forgot it.
Well, I got my own life, but it was wrong. Obviously, it was definitely wrong. Something like I got my everyday life. Something like that's gonna slip out of my mind. But did I agree? Do I agree that he pardons people? I don't agree with that. Absolutely not. People
Okay.
gotta do the crime.
Well, what I'm trying to
Do the
say
crime.
is, I guess what I'm trying to say is your position on January 6th, to me, strange because you still ended up voting for him. Like, if I had the position that you have on January 6th, I would not have voted for this man. Even if I was a Republican, I would have went to the primaries, made sure to vote for Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or whoever other Tim Scott, whoever else was running that wasn't Donald Trump. And when he won the primary, fuck, I either would have not voted or I would have voted for Kamala or whatever it might be, because I'm not voting for someone that attempts a coup on the country that I love, the country that I live in. 248 years of democracy. He tried to end it that day. And it sounds like you agree that it was a travesty, but still voted for him. And I'm just trying to wrap my head around that.
Well, when you look at it that way, the way I looked at it is the pros and cons and everything, and I'm still happy that I voted for him because I got more pros than cons that I'm seeing. So
Okay,
my
so-
life is going great ever since I voted for him.
Okay,
so we're in the blue. When we were in the blue, my life was still good, but now I'm making more money. Things are cheaper for me. My car is less payment because of the laws that he passed through. I looked at it as the pros and cons. Absolutely, I hated that he pardoned those people. It was wrong. Definitely, I'm with you there. But
So I'm gonna go. I will chat. Don't worry. I will go into the policy and actually go into that stuff. But first, I just want to make sure. Does that mean that if you would have benefited, there's nothing he could have done that would have lost your vote?
oh, obviously, there's things that people do that make make them feel disgusted or against the type of person. But yeah, there's things out there that if he done, I would have definitely lost my
Okay,
vote.
but
For
treason
sure, like
wasn't
any
one
other
of them.
person.
Like treason wasn't enough. What about like sexual assault? Would that have been enough?
Oh, that's crazy. But no, you know what? Me saying "but" is actually crazy to that. But I hear you, and I hear everything that I hear in the news. I've done my little research on it. I mean, dude, I don't have anything to say that because like sexual assault is wrong. There's no doubt about it. Whoever thinks it is crazy. But you got me there. You got my tongue twisted on that question because it's wrong.
Okay, I will answer it for you. It sounds like I know your answer, and you don't want to say it because it's embarrassing. The answer is no. There's nothing he could have done that would have lost my vote.
Sexual assault's wrong. I mean, I'm not saying I know what I said, but now we're talking about that topic. That is
well.
Wrong.
That was just an example. I can give you any other example. But basically, I'm just asking. So, if he committed sexual assault, would you still vote for him?
If he, well, I know where you're going there because everything in the past that it's came up and everything. I don't even remember how long ago that was. From based what I remember, I forgot what year that was when all that stuff came up. Little help here.
I don't know that it matters.
But regardless, if he would have done that, then absolutely not.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, he did do that, and you knew it before the election, right? The jury of his peers determined that he sexually assaulted Eugene Carroll.
You know what? Wasn't there?
Not to mention him admitting that he would go into Miss Teen USA pageant changing rooms and look at them half naked while they're dressing. This was all stuff that we knew ahead of time.
That's just stuff I haven't seen. Maybe after this, I will go do my little bit of research when I have time. That's just stuff I haven't seen, at least.
Okay, all right. So let's say those two things that I just mentioned, right? I just said those.
Go for it.
Let's say we go back in time. Now you know those.
Right.
You're voting for Trump?
See, if those were true, then I don't think I would have. But at the end of the day, if I had to pick between Kamala and Trump, I would still go Trump because of the pros and cons. At the end of the day, I can't control a lot of stuff that happens in my life. I would vote for the cons in my life for my future, obviously, and I have no regrets doing that because I'm living good now. I'm just saying, I'm living good now. I believe if I voted for Kamala and Kamala did become president, I don't think I would be in the best position right now. Even though the state was blue, I was still doing okay
Okay.
as a
I'm
young,
gonna.
in my 20s and everything like
I am
that.
gonna
But
ask
I
you.
understand what you're saying.
I am gonna get into the differences between Trump and Kamala. Unfortunately, because frankly, I mean, I would have liked to think that your answers to those questions would have been different, but chat, just know there's a lot of people like this. Okay, so clearly you'll always put your personal quality of life over any other crime committed by the person you're voting for. You made it clear with treason wasn't enough, sexual assault's not enough. We don't have to keep going. I'm not going to go through all the other crimes. We don't. I'm not going to embarrass you like that. Okay.
January 6th.
So let's just, for the sake of the discussion, let's just talk about why you think your life would be worse if you had voted for somebody who didn't attempt a coup in the United States. Well, if you would vote for Kamala Harris.
Well, it's changed the wording up there. If I voted for Kamala, she's a great person. She had the right morals and everything. But when it comes to the economy, for me at least, I don't think it would have been done great.
Why?
Trump is a complete businessman.
Did you know that?
I know Kamala's done great.
Did you know that
her stuff and everything like
that? Did you know that 34 Nobel Prize winning economists signed a letter saying that Kamala Harris would have been better for the economy than Donald Trump?
I hear you there. I hear you. I really do. But just because 34 does not mean a little section of the world voting does not matter from the rest of the state.
No. I'm saying they voted. No. I'm going to say that again. These are Nobel Prize winning economists. So these are the experts on the economy. And you decided to ignore their word and instead go by the fact that he's a businessman. We could talk about him being a businessman, by the way. Just you being a businessman does not mean that your policies...
I've seen it. I've done my research on it. I've done my research on Kamala too. Don't worry, I have. I've done it on both. Sorry, my tongue's a little twisted. I can't pronounce it properly. But I hear you. I've done my research on both. I have. But from everything I've seen, Trump does it a little bit pretty much better than her.
What is better?
And from everything I've heard from California, I'm right on that. I'm born from California. No, I'm telling the truth.
Thank you, Miles.
I'm telling the truth from my side.
It was a gift that said that. That wasn't me. But okay, California is the 5th largest economy in the world. Like if you compare it to countries, it's the 5th largest economy. I have no idea why.
They're doing great there. Of course it is. It's going great.
So you said from everything you heard from California, that means you would vote for Trump?
No, for the way it could be better, the economy down there. I go between California and Arizona and Texas all the time. When it was, I don't know how to say because I don't want to keep on bringing in the Biden thing because she didn't really do much of the economy when Biden was in that. But from what I've seen, when Trump was first in office and then it went to Biden again and then now he's back in office, when Trump was in it, from what I've seen, what I experienced, not from everything else, the prices of everything went down. When it went blue, it went up, but just a little bit. And then when he came back, it went down again. And that, from what I've seen personalized, that happened in Cali, Arizona, and Texas. From the towns I was in. This isn't me sourcing it. This is just my personal experiences of everything. From buying things, selling things.
You're saying after the 2024 election?
From when Trump was back in it, first in it.
Oh, the first Trump, right? Okay.
When he first got in there, and then it came from blue. When it went blue, it was just up a little bit. It wasn't terrible. It's not like I'm exaggerating. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
So from the first Trump, right? You're saying that prices went up when Biden took office.
Just a little. Just like the tiniest bit. Just the tiniest bit that I noticed.
So the tiniest bit of it. I'm going by what you're saying.
Right. I'm not researching it. This is just what I experienced. I don't know if anybody else, but this is just what I experienced.
So prices going up just a little during the 4 years that we had a pandemic, by the way, was enough for you to say, well, I'm going to vote for the guy that attempted a coup. I'm going to vote for the guy who sexually assaulted someone. I'm going to like that's what you're telling me. You're saying you're so sure that he's going to be good for the economy that because Biden getting in increased prices a little bit.
No, see, I didn't go based off feelings. I know you're bringing up the coup and everything. I know it's terrible as it sounds. I didn't go off feelings. I went off best
what you're
what's
describing.
right for basically in a selfish way. Hear me out, brother.
Hearing.
I voted for everything basically will be better in my life, in my future, the next 3 years.
But,
and then whoever comes up next, we'll look at it again and go from there.
Awesome. Tell me what Donald Trump promised that would have been better for you than what Kamala Harris promised.
A year ago, I can't even remember what she promised, brother. It's been a good amount of months. Your Team Blue here. Do you remember what she promised?
Well, I mean, you're the one that said that you were going based off
right at the time. I mean, I voted a year, like a year
feelings.
and 3 years ago, 3 months ago, something like that.
Yeah,
I made my choice back then. I can't remember the exact facts that come.
Okay, all right. Well, then what did Donald Trump promise you that was so good that you were willing to put aside your morals? Because you said I knew January 6th was bad. I agree that it was bad. But you were willing to put aside your morals and vote. What did Donald Trump promise you that was so good?
One of the topics that I did was the car. My car was made in the USA. It went down $10,000 because I was able to get refunded back that.
What? What?
It was a high-tier Toyota Sequoia, and it was made in the USA. I just remember that's one of the reasons.
Wait, when did this happen?
When which bill was it, Pat? I gotta do a little research here. I gotta find it. But when he passed it, with the help of when did I get this? Would I disconnect from this call if I?
No. If you tab out, you can research. Well, just give me a like during this term or last Trump term.
No, it wasn't. It was this term early on, because he also brought it up in his first term when he first did it. He brought it up just a little bit too, so that's how I knew this was kind of coming.
Okay, so you said Toyota, which is a Japanese company, or
Japanese company here, and then they're made here as well. I know that because I also work for Toyota, so they were made here. The Sequoia was made here in the U.S. So they could be made from Mexico, not really Mexico. That's more GM products, but mainly here in the U.S. though. That's why I got the specific model, and that happened.
All right, so it happened after. I'm not even chat. I don't even know what he's talking about. But the problem that he has here is that even if I were to fact check this happened after he already voted. Like he allegedly did his own research, right? A year and 3 months ago, did his own research. He knew Donald Trump essentially committed treason with January 6th. He knew that, but Trump promised so much for him and his family and his quality of life versus what Kamala promised that he put his morals aside and voted for Trump. So you can't cite, Mikey, the problem is you can't cite something that happened after unless he made that promise going into it. Because he needed to promise you so much that you were willing to put your morals aside. So I'm just asking you, what was it that he promised you?
All I'm saying is I didn't go based on feelings. That's definitely selfish of me. It definitely is. No wrong there. I agree with you there. A lot of things that the blue side offered were great too, but I don't have a regret voting for him at all. I'm running short on time here. I do have something to do here. It was also great speaking with you, and I hope you can keep on having normal, peaceful conversations, smooth conversations like these with everybody else you speak to tonight. You're very much welcome. You have a great rest of your day, and bless your heart.
I have a feeling. Okay. I have a feeling that we may end up, because of my future actions, may end up getting banned tonight. If you'd like to make sure you don't miss the rest of the live, be sure to follow the backup account right there. We're also live right now on YouTube and Twitch. You can watch there. Just wanted to make sure, because I know I look calm. But that conversation has me feeling like this, okay? Play the Billy Madison clip. Oh, that is a perfect clip. I feel bad because okay, so there are certainly. No, I don't feel bad. Never mind. I take it back. I don't feel bad. I'll play the Billy. Oh, sorry, everybody. TikTok thinks I'm not moving. The dead in my eyes. Okay.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Okay, I've been asked to check mod chat. Hold on. Or no, sorry, live chat. There's a 10K tax deduction for American-made cards in the big beautiful bill, not a rebate, on the interest you pay on a loan. So not at all what he was saying. All right, we are going to go to the next guest. Okay. But I really want to ask, Ion Warren, I really want to ask everybody here. Okay. First of all, I know I probably missed some gifts. For example, Erica, thank you. Adela, thank you for the hand hearts. Miles, thank you for the cap earlier. I know I've missed some gifts. I don't know if it's that I'm just my brain is just so fried from what we've been hearing, or if I'm just off my game because of how long we've been gone. But if I missed your gift, I'm so sorry. Okay, and I truly do appreciate it. I do want to remind everybody though. The only thing I'm asking is that if you like the content, just make sure that you're following. Okay. If you're tapping the screen, that's great. But I'm totally cool with you just listening while folding laundry. If you send a gift, that's great. But I'm also totally cool with just watching. All of that. If you'd like to send gifts, that's cool. If not, that's cool too. Make sure, double check that you're following. Thank you. If you do want to support the live, for 1 penny a day, you can send a heart me, which is good for the algorithm, which gets us more guests, which gets us more of whatever that was. And if you really want to support the live, the links are in my bio. But I do ask that you only send if you would have been negatively affected by Kamala's tax plan. So if you make over $400,000 a year, otherwise, don't worry about it. Thank you all so much. We're going to go to the next guest.
Hey Dan, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing well. Listen, I'm a big fan of yours. I just wanted to jump in and say your patience is an absolute virtue. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope you get some rest. And I just wanted to just read something out that I think is very relevant to some of your guests recently. Is that all right?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, cool. This is called The Banality of Evil, concept coined by philosopher Hannah Arendt. It describes how ordinary, thoughtless individuals can commit horrific acts, not out of deep-seated malice, but through a failure to think critically, a mindless adherence to duty, and this is important here, or a desire for career advancement within a corrupt system. Dan, you have a beautiful day.
You as well. Thank you so much. That is No notes. I mean, that really sums it up. Like that really explains how like 77 million people.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're good. It's all good. I'm peeing.
Thank you, Shauna.
Right there. I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm peeing. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. I'm so sorry. I'm wetting myself.
Okay, we have a lot of new people in chat, so just some really quick background. A lot of the TikTok gifts are associated with like sound bites. So sometimes you might hear something like
well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen.
Or
is that okay?
Bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
Or
I love Tesla.
So if you hear random like sound bites, it's not me playing them. It's actually chat playing them through the gifts that they sent. Now, second piece of background, because some might not know why that gift is so long and what that even is. There is a creator who's been banned multiple times for like fake information and stuff, or fake news, misinformation, fake news, etc. Called the Older Millennial, who
Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights.
Thank you, Shauna. Who recently was hilariously arrested, where he wet his pants profusely. It's a video that if you're feeling down, you really just gotta watch. So yeah, that's why that was that. Okay, now what I was saying was the banality of evil that the last guest just talked about really encapsulates why 77 million people were able to vote for Donald Trump, because we know.
Windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
Chris, thank you so much for the whale diving. That's that gift and soundbite are a match made in heaven. Thank you so much, Chris. What was I saying? Because we know that 77 million people aren't like child molester, Nazi apologist, horrible people, right? We know that. We have to know that.
They're eating the dogs.
Thank you, Shauna. But there were millions of people that just did not either know anything going into the election or think that that stuff was a non-starter. And that's how we get to where we are today. What's up, Hector? Personally, by the way, I've told this story before. What I always say about Trump is that everyone, or I used to say everyone, now most people have some point when you determine you'd never vote for this person, right? There were some Republicans, believe it or not, that January 6th was that point. Certainly, okay? I personally know one gentleman in my life that was Republican, voted for him twice, and then did not vote for him because of January 6th. Now, I think that the line was way before, personally. Some people, there are some Republicans that the Epstein stuff was their line. I think that's pretty far, but hey, at least they had a line, right? There's a line for everybody, okay? My line personally, now I was already likely going to vote for the Democrat anyway. Even though 2015, 2016 was when I really started to learn a lot about politics, for the most part, I'd been a liberal my whole life. I mean, I voted for my first election. I was 18. I voted for Obama, but I didn't really know a lot. All I knew is that I thought George W. Bush was kind of stupid, and I don't know why we were in Iraq, so I wanted to vote for the opposition. Also, Obama was the cool meme guy. Voted for Obama. Then I focused on college. Didn't pay attention to politics. I regret it, but I skipped the 2012 election. 2016 is coming around. Big fan of Bernie Sanders. But there's probably a universe where Bernie loses the primary and Trump isn't like a horrible racist infantile sexual assaulting stochastic terrorist, okay? There is a world where maybe I could have been convinced, especially if I stayed online and the Bernie Bros got to me. But the line that got me, and I'm saying Bernie Bros, okay? I'm not saying all Bernie supporters are Bernie Bros, but you know what I mean, okay? You know who I'm talking about. The line for me was pretty early. It was when he said that the judge, I think it was Judge Curiel. I could be mixing up judges because I'm sorry, there's a lot of judges involved in Trump's life because he breaks the law a lot. But there was a judge that was assigned to one of his cases that had nothing to do with the election, nothing to do with the wall or Mexico. But because that judge was of Mexican descent, born in Indiana, by the way, because that judge was of Mexican descent, he said that he shouldn't be able to rule on my case because he won't be partial or won't be impartial. Now that was a warning sign for me. Okay, like again, I was already probably going to vote for whoever the Democratic Party put up. Obviously, I was really hoping Bernie would win the primary. The primary was still going on at this time, but when I heard that was when I told my uncle, I was like, "Oh, even if Hillary wins, I'm sorry, I can't vote for that. That's insane." Because think about where that leads. So the reason he's saying that an American judge born in Mexico or born in the United States but of Mexican descent could not rule on an unrelated case because I said some racist shit about Mexico. I said when Mexico sends their people, they're not sending their best. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists. And some, I assume, are good people. That's a direct quote, by the way. I know there's a lot of younger people that weren't watching the news in 2015. That's literally how he opened his campaign, was that. And that was close to my line. Listen, when he first opened his campaign, I was like, that's pretty racist. But he's a businessman. As a young adult, I always said we should have a businessman president. And boy, I guess either I was wrong or we got the wrong one. But either way. But yeah, so if you commit a crime but can't be ruled on by a judge of Mexican descent because you said some racist shit about Mexico, and then he followed it up by saying, when he was pressed on it, I think maybe it was by Jake Tapper, he was pressed on it, well, would the same be the case for a Muslim judge? Because Trump also said that I, Donald Trump, am calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims coming to the United States until we can figure out what the hell is going on. Direct quote, by the way. So Jake Tapper was like, would that apply to like a Muslim judge as well? And Trump said, well, yeah, probably. That's a very, very dangerous precedent to set. So if you marginalize certain communities, that means that you'll never be able to be judged by those communities in the court of law. So would that mean that if all you have to do is harm or say horrible things about every community and then just be immune? Turns out, yes, I guess, because we saw the Supreme Court now ruled that if you're president, you could just do whatever the fuck you want. You have immunity from any crimes you commit as long as you're doing them while doing the duties of presidency, which was an insane ruling, by the way. Remember, he mocked a disabled reporter, right? So if there was a judge with a disability, that would be another judge he cannot have in his case. So that, for me, was hard line in the sand. This was back in 2015. It was the third strike, frankly. It was the line about Mexicans was the first strike. The line about Muslims was my second strike, and that one was like, okay, there's no point that I'm ever going to vote for this person in my entire life. I don't know who the Democrats would have to put up for me to not vote for this person. So that was my line. And a lot of people had other lines, okay? Obviously, there was a lot of people who their line was right at the start, and good for them. There's a lot of people whose line was even before the start. Like, they would just never vote for Republican, and you know what? I get it, okay? We haven't had a good Republican since Eisenhower. Totally get it. And then over the course of the first term, some people had different lines, whatever it might be. Maybe it was the children in cages, the child separation policy, or maybe it was the way he handled COVID, or mishandled, as it were. But right now, the only people left are people that do not have a line. I genuinely don't think there is a line left. I see the article, Neely. If it comes up, I'll bring it up. He was my line, period. I get it. Trust me, I get it. And frankly, I think it's probably certain communities, right, are gonna have their line a little bit further up. So I hate to say it, no matter what, I'm going to have some kind of bias by being a cis hetero man. So maybe my line was a little bit further up. Now, I personally think that was pretty early, 2015. We didn't even get through the primaries. But the fact that I was even open to it for that long. But I mean, we're seeing people who have gone through 10 years of this and are okay with it. They're not getting convinced. These lives are not for convincing MAGA. Eisenhower good, Bernie bros. What is all this liberal / blue MAGA propaganda? Okay, when I refer to Bernie bros, I'm talking about the people online that were supporting Bernie, but were being super misogynistic about Hillary. And a lot of them, I think it was, well, maybe not a lot, but 10% of Bernie supporters voted for Trump. That's what I'm talking about, okay? Don't take offense. If you didn't vote for Trump and you did what Bernie recommended to do, which was vote for Hillary to avoid that, then I'm not talking about you. You don't have to take offense. And I mean, when I say good, I mean relatively, because there's no good president, right? If there's no good president, Abraham Lincoln, great president, but he had really bad policy in relation to Native Americans, right? So when I say good, I'm relating them to other presidents. All presidents have committed some kind of atrocity. I don't know if that's where you're coming from. This hetero man explains everything about you. You know what it explains? It explains that I'm a male that identifies as man, and I am attracted to women, and I don't know why that's difficult for you to understand. I voted Hillary to avoid Trump. All right, so you're good. So Stein voters, the worst people next to MAGA. Anyway, we're gonna go to the next guest. Sorry, that was my little spiel. But the Bernie Bro label was debunked propaganda by neoliberals. Bro label was debunked propaganda. If that's the case, then why did Bernie have to put out a statement telling his supporters to chill out? Like, it literally happened. And I was a Bernie supporter. I still am. I voted for him in the primary twice. I'm a big Bernie supporter. Okay, this is not me skewing on Bernie. Okay, pause. This is. Oh, I don't know what I'm arguing here. All right, we're going to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
So I have 2 points really. My first point is that one of the biggest things in America is this idea of freedom of speech. So a lot of the things you seem to be referring to are kind of to do with that, with him, with Jan 6, like he didn't order or command anyone to.
Fraud doesn't
go to the
cover.
Capitol.
Freedom of speech isn't covered by. Freedom of speech does not cover fraud. You're not allowed to commit fraud and claim.
Which actually segues onto my next point, which is that if we voted for Kamala Harris and Tim, then we would have a vice president right now who, allowed billions of dollars to be defrauded in his own, in the state.
How did he allow it if he spearheaded the prosecutions in 2022?
Well, it's been going on for a long time.
Wait. Are you saying that if a crime is committed and that crime is then prosecuted, just because the crime was committed under your watch, that means that you were in... Well, I don't even know how to follow what you're saying. Just repeat it
why were billions of dollars defrauded then?
Why were they defrauded?
Yeah.
Because unscrupulous people decided to be fraudulent? What was that white lady's name? Don't remind me. I don't know. I don't know how Tim Walz connects to this. I guess just walk me through that.
Well, he's the governor, so he should be, pretty keyed into what's going on in his state, and a very simple, way of defrauding the taxpayer was committed for many years.
And it
Even
was
if
caught.
He
was prosecuted in 2022.
It still happened.
Okay, so would you say this? Would you say the same about Donald Trump? Every crime that's committed in the United States, he should be responsible for?
Well, obviously not, because the reach of power compared to a governor is like it's nowhere near.
Well, certainly at the very least, we could go to a state like Florida, right, where we have Rick Scott committed Medicare fraud. It's not even like he oversaw it; he committed it. You'd be against someone like Rick Scott in the Senate being endorsed by Donald Trump, then, right?
Well, I want to keep the focus on Donald Trump because, if we talk about the good that he's done, he has done a lot to...
We can go back to Donald Trump, but you do need to... I'm not going to let you just say a really stupid talking point and then not concede when I poke holes in it. So your claim was that Donald Trump defrauding the United States doesn't matter because had we voted for Kamala and Tim, as you put it, then we would have voted for somebody who oversaw fraud, even though Tim Walz was a part of the prosecution of that fraud, right?
Well, you can either follow two lines of reasoning, right? Is that, Tim Walz was governor and that he didn't have any, input.
I'm going to mute you for 1 second. Can you do something about the background noise? Because chat is not enjoying. I can't really hear it on my end, but it sounds like there's a lot of background noise. And then you can unmute. I would really appreciate that. In the meantime, chat, if you want to take a breather, because the past couple sentences, as well as what's about to come. Oh, and he ran. Okay. So, reminder, if crimes happen and you're the governor, you are a part of the crimes. If you commit the crime yourself, but you're Donald Trump, then you are not a part of the crimes. Friendly reminder, everybody. He doesn't even go here. Okay. We're going to go. Ron DeSantis made those hurricanes. All right. We're going to go to the next guest. Oh. Go here. Oh, thank you, Serena, for the... Oh, shit. Serena, I'm so sorry. I keep missing the Venmos. Thank you for the $5, Serena. Could you ask us exactly what wasn't signed? This is about the 300,000 talking point. We went over that. Yeah, the 130 tabulator tapes. Yeah, he thought that it was 300,000 signatures, where it's just 300,000 ballots were on those 130 tapes. And even so, he couldn't grapple with the question of, does that mean if you want to throw away a legal vote, all you have to do is not sign the tabulator tape? Like, it's just, oh, this county voted for Trump. I'm the poll worker. I just don't sign it. We throw it out. And he'd be okay with that? Obviously not. And he even said it. I recognize that those 300,000 votes were legal, but because that if we throw them out, then Donald Trump wins Georgia, then I want to throw them out. Like, that was an argument that he thought would convince others. All right. I do want to, really quick before we go to the next guest, I do want to shout out the top 3 tappers. Obviously, I missed y'all when we had to reset. I'm so sorry, but I remembered right now. Shout out to Adela, Mel, and Falcon. Thank you so much for being the top 3 tappers in the past hour and 18 minutes. I'm going to reset it so everyone has a chance. Thank you so much. All right, here we go. Like vote so it fraud, actually. I mean, that is actually so many of their positions. Genuinely. It's, how many people where their argument for why there must have been fraud, that they can't believe that Biden got 81 million votes? That's it. That's the argument. Well, that number is too big, so it can't be. No, I can't tap on washing dishes. You're good, Sim. You're good. All right. Reset that really quick.
No more Oreos. No more Oreos.
There we go. Stop the steal. Oh, yo, Chris, that was such a that was a perfect encapsulation of how they don't actually care about fair elections. They just care about winning. You had in 2 separate states, okay, you had Arizona and you had Georgia. One of them where Trump is leading by a little bit, one of them where Trump is behind by a little bit. And in one state, they're saying stop the count, stop the count. And in the other state, they're saying, count the votes, count the votes. Like, oh, man. Okay.
Yo, hello.
Hi, welcome up.
Hi, can you hear me clearly? Is my audio okay?
I can, yes, thank you.
Okay. So my question is, do you think half the country are traitors then?
No. I don't think half the country voted for him because I know how math works.
What I mean is half the voting populace, rather.
I mean, I guess just about half. I will give a caveat. I do think there are millions of voters that don't know anything about January 6th. And that in part is on the media / social media. There's a lot of reasons why you might not. A lot of people were just young. Like a lot of people just turned 18 and all, they weren't watching January 6th. They, got radicalized by Nick Fuentes or Andrew Tate or whoever the fuck they listened to, and then they're cooked. But I do think if you know what happened on January 6th and voted for Donald Trump, yeah, I do think you're a traitor.
So let's just say if it's not 50%, because you have a valid point, it's everyone doesn't know. So you're saying maybe 15 to 20% of that 50% are traitors then?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if you want to estimate a number, yeah, why not?
Yeah, just throw a number out. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. What do you think? What percentage of the United States were traitors during the American Civil War?
The American Civil War. That's interesting. What percent? Maybe half.
Okay. Cool.
But we're not in Civil War times, obviously. So.
Okay. So you're saying that it's like the fact that 20% of 77 million people, just with the estimate that we went with, are traitors. Like the way you presented it was like that's an incredulous number. I don't think it's that incredulous.
Well, it is because we're 200 something years removed from the Civil War. I mean, it's not. We're not in this kind of totally polarized era.
When do you think the Civil War was?
When was the Civil War? 17, 18. I don't know the year. Okay.
How old are you, friend?
I'm 24.
Okay.
1832. I don't know.
Okay. How far removed would your argument make any sense? Like, I just don't understand why the number of years since something else happened would mean that we can't have what is just for argument's sake 20% of 77 million. What is that? 15 million, right? 16 million?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So let's say the 16 million Americans of the 380 million are traitors. That's enough for you to say that can't be possible. We must be on the right side.
But did I say that? I just wanted to point out that's what you believe, that many people are traitors.
Well, I thought that you were implying that because when I just now said that you think that's ridiculous, you said yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My domestic history is like, high school era. That's years ago.
No, honey, no.
Okay, it's not a good excuse. Whatever.
Yeah. Okay, I guess just keep going with your point.
Okay, so something that I would propose. I don't know if there's an echo on my end, and I hear an echo. I don't want to be the cause. So, now it's gone. Okay. Anyways, what was my point? My point was, what would you say when people want to support him?
Destroyed by stupid people.
Mm-hmm.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What would you say to people who want to support him, his party, as a hedge for social issues against, progressive liberalism and the rise of these social issues? What about that? Just a hedge against it.
I would ask if any of them voted in their party's primary, because genuinely, if you felt the way about January 6th that an American patriot should feel, but you had these social beliefs And I mean, I know obviously a lot of people in my chat want me to push back on the social stuff, and I can, but if you did have those social beliefs, you would make sure to vote against him in the primary so that you wouldn't be forced to vote for him in the general. And I know that's just not the case for most of the traitors I'm referring to. So.
But my point is rather, don't have to support him as a person, as a president, but support his party as a hedge against the social issues. I think that's a fair point to bring up.
Well, I mean, that you can say that, but that also means you're a traitor. Like you're saying, I support somebody who committed treason. I supported somebody who tried to overthrow the government because I really am afraid of trans people or whatever. We can talk about social issues, but whatever your social voice of policy is, right? Whatever that is, it's enough for you to say, okay, I'm fine being a traitor to the United States because I really, really, really don't like brown people. When we can talk about social issues, I'd like to. In fact, I'd like to. But like, you do recognize that doesn't absolve you from being a treacherous American, right?
I don't know why you brought up race because that's very different than like what you said trans. I mean, that's very different too.
Well, it's just I know what the social issues are because I saw the top three. Listen, the top three policy issues that Republicans most cared about when they voted for Donald Trump in 2024. One of them was inflation, which I get, but that was shared amongst Democrats and Republicans. But the other two were fucking cringe. It was illegal immigration and trans people. So, but listen, if you don't feel that way, that's fine. We could talk about your social issues. But again,
sure. But
before we do that, you just have to understand,
note.
Just because you really, really, really don't like the opposing party does not change the fact that you supported somebody that tried to throw away 248 years of democracy. Like, you are still a traitor, but you have a reason for being a traitor.
Okay, I get your point, but just a quick side note: you really equated illegal immigrants to brown people, quote unquote?
Yeah.
That kind of says more about you than someone like me.
Okay, well, ICE are racially profiling them. Just an FYI. I don't know if you know that. We also, I mean, we see it with the president's rhetoric. When he talks about immigrants, he doesn't mention the white ones. So I don't know if you've been following.
Yeah, I have.
In fact, we specifically are allowing white refugees from South Africa, but not black ones. Did you know that?
Yeah, the white farmers. He was going on about them. Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay. So I don't know why you virtue signal like that. Fucking weird. Let's just keep going. Is this liberal trying to do cancel culture on Dan? Let's just keep going. Do you recognize that just because you have a reason for being a traitor does not change the definition of traitor? You supported someone that tried to overthrow the government.
So you're saying I'm objectively a traitor if I quote unquote support his party, let's say?
No, well, you support him. And his party mostly supports him as well. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, but like, I know you didn't register in the register to vote in the primary, and I know you didn't vote for Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, or any other Republican. Listen, if you were so against trans people existing and whatever social issue you have an issue with, you were so against it, but also were enough of a patriot that you thought January 6th was an insurrection, an attempted coup, you would have voted in your primary, and I know you didn't.
Wait, I mean, I didn't, but how do you know I didn't? Like,
I know more about you than you know about you. I've talked to so many of you guys. I just know.
But you're just asserting a random point. You don't know that.
I know it. I know it. You
You're
talk
right.
like
In this case,
somebody
you're right.
that didn't vote in the primary. I'm sorry. It would have been cool if you proved me wrong, but
I mean, I could have lied, but I'm not gonna lie, just to prove you wrong. I mean,
all right. Cool.
All right, anyways, but so you're saying objectively, I'm a traitor because I would rather. Okay, again, I choose the party. I don't choose the person. But you're saying that's enough to equate me to a traitor.
So you put party over country then?
No. I'm saying in the choice of two presidents, I choose the party. I don't choose the person.
Right. But when the party nominated somebody who committed insurrection and attempted a coup, when the party nominated that person, when you continue to vote for that party, that means you're putting country over party. You can say it. I'm not gonna jump on you, but you could say it. Or party over country is what you're doing there, right?
Party over country. No, I'm not doing that.
Okay, I will see if I can walk you through this a little bit more. Do you think that the Constitution is important?
It's important it's important, sure. I don't want to put a caveat in there, but sure. Just sure.
Okay. Appreciate that. Real strong answer there. Okay, so when you have a candidate, okay, before they even became president the second time, all right, this is just from his first term and the 4 years that he was running during Biden's term. You have a candidate that has openly called for terminating parts of the Constitution if it means that he wins the election. You have a candidate who has pointed out that he doesn't need to follow the Constitution. The candidate that has said things that are unconstitutional that he wants to do. To me, when you say, well, I'm still going to vote for his party, what you are doing is you're putting party ahead of country. Does that make sense?
No, for one reason, because you're singling him and his quote unquote treacherous act of January 6th out in relation to other circumventing of the Constitution and law that other presidents have done. I don't see it as that crazily different.
Okay, so then that is the problem, I think. You are under the impression that other presidents have done things to the extent of Donald Trump.
Maybe not as bad, but they still also circumvent the law. So
Can you name me an example of a president that did something so blatantly unconstitutional that not only did they almost get their vice president hanged, but they were impeached, and it was the most bipartisan impeachment ever. Like he I don't know if you know this, the Senate voted for his impeachment, and they needed you need 67 votes to actually remove the person from office. 7 Republicans, more than any opposing party in history, voted for his removal. That's how bad what he did on January 6th was. Can you give me an example of any president doing anything remotely like that?
Well, my counter argument is something that you're kind of not addressing, which is just because it checks off a box, on the Constitution or what have you, that's not sufficient. For example, the war on terror, Obama with killing the Anwar al-Awlaki guy and his sons, they're American citizens across the ocean. The war on terror they've killed how many hundreds of thousands of civilians, and you're saying no, don't look at that. Just look at this one event.
I didn't say don't look at that. I didn't say don't look at that. Not even at all. I don't know where you got that. All I'm saying is that I don't know about you, I personally think the Constitution is really important to this country. Okay, it's part of the foundation of the country, and when you have a president who just openly disregards it and literally calls for it to be terminated so that they can remain in power, when you have a president that pressures their vice president to break his duty to the Constitution so that he remains in power, that to me is like a fundamental anti-American person. Whereas you're comparing him to other atrocities that presidents may have committed. Now, in the case of Obama, what you're describing is something that he had approval to do. Now, you can disagree with it, and frankly, I had a lot of disagreements with Obama's foreign policy, but it is different than what we're talking about here. We're talking about.
Yeah, you're saying because they got approval for it, it's okay. That's what you're saying.
Whether or not, I don't think you're tracking the conversation. It's not whether or not it's okay. It's whether or not it's anti-American, right?
Oh, that's where it matters. As long as it's not against America, that's the crossing line.
Well, when I'm describing to you the phrase party over country, the country in that phrase is the United States of America. Now, if you'd like to talk about civilian casualties due to international actions by the president, that is a whole separate thing. And we could talk about the fact that in Donald Trump's first term, he increased drone strikes by 450% from the Obama administration. I don't think you're going to want to talk about that, though. I'm just explaining to you why January 6th is a uniquely disqualifying thing for a president.
Okay, so if your thesis is in relation to just an American, then you have a point. But if you're making a moral argument overall, then you kind of collapse in that sense.
Oh, if I were making a moral argument, I would just say you voted for somebody that committed sexual assault. You voted for somebody that was hitting on a 10-year-old girl. The moral argument's easy. I'd cook you on that. No. I'm hitting you where it hurts and talking about the fact that you are a traitor to this country. Moral argument, you have no standing. It's even worse, if anything. So I don't know why you brought up moral argument. All I'm saying is that you are putting party over country, and I don't know why you're lying to yourself by not admitting it.
So let me give you a hypothetical. Let's actually test what you just said. If Bush, the second Bush, ran right now and Trump ran again, pretend, who would you vote for? If you had to choose.
My two options are George W. Bush and Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I'm going to the polling place with my George W. Bush car sticker. That's how much I'm voting against Donald Trump. Yes, wow. I'm voting for George W. Bush. 100 out of 100 times. This is not even close. What a silly question.
Oh, so you're just like, wait, so you're like 2 million Iraqis, they can die, yeah, whatever. Like, oh wow, okay. I see your stance now.
I don't think you're genuinely not tracking the conversation. I don't want to vote for George W. Bush. But if his opponent is somebody who doesn't believe in the country I live in, if his opponent is someone that doesn't want to give up power when they lose an election, that is going to be more of a disqualifier to me. Not to mention the fact that if we want to get into the nitty gritty, a lot of this has more to do with Dick Cheney and his cabinet, and more importantly, and I know this doesn't matter to you, but George W. Bush, to my knowledge, didn't go to Epstein Island, didn't sexually assault any women, didn't brag about molesting women and watching 16-year-old and 15-year-old girls at the Miss USA pageant. This is not close. And I know you want a virtue signal. You want to say, oh, what about all the Iraqis? But we just saw 2 days ago when dozens of Cubans and Venezuelans died in this new regime change. Trump literally hand-waved it and said, yeah, well, no Americans died, and we're going to get a lot of oil. Fucking miss me with that, please.
So 80 Venezuelans plus some other hundreds foreigners plus the essay and whatever that looking at girls, that is still way less than 2 million Iraqis.
Okay, all right. You want to count the deaths? Okay, let's talk about the Kurds, who are our allies that we abandoned, that all died because of Donald Trump. Let's talk about the hundreds of thousands of extra people that died because Donald Trump mishandled the pandemic. Obama literally had a pandemic response team. Trump gets in office, gets rid of it, right? We have he finds out about COVID 5 weeks before it gets to the United States, and instead of doing what other countries with sane leaders did, which is starting to do contact tracing, starting to do testing, and preparing for what's going to come, he did nothing. He sat on his ass and did nothing. What we can even talk about right now, the cuts to U.S. aid have led to more than the number of Iraqis that you're quoting, more deaths than that. So I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to find any way to justify your support of a sexual abuser, traitor, but you're never going to win on virtue. You're not. You just need to own it and say it with your chest. I care more about voting against the people I hate than I care about being an American patriot. Because that's the truth. Your whole thing about, and I guess we can talk about it now, your whole thing about the social issues that, what about if I voted as a hedge against blah, blah, blah. I didn't vote in the primary, so I don't actually care about the issues regarding democracy. But what if I voted as a hedge against blah, blah, blah. No, All of that is more important to you than any morality, because Donald Trump has killed more than recent presidents. Donald Trump has raped infinitely more than recent presidents. I'm sorry, sexually assaulted. I know you guys get hung up on the jury ruling. Sexual assaulted. And Donald Trump has also led to so much internal increase in domestic violence and strife. We saw when he started calling the COVID-19, he started calling it the China virus and Kung flu. Within just a few weeks, we saw a 52% increase in hate crimes towards Asian Americans. When he made up the lie on the debate stage about Haitians are eating cats and dogs, we saw bomb threats going out to schools that Haitian Americans or Haitian refugees would send their children to. These are children, right, that are being affected by Donald Trump's words. There's no virtue you're going to be able to claim by supporting Donald Trump. Okay, so I don't know why you think that you can use George W. Bush's shittiness to try to weasel your way out of Trump. Trust me, George W. Bush was a bad president, but compared to Donald Trump, this man was like Jesus fucking Christ. All right.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you're really passionate about the topic, which is fine. It wasn't just to hand wave everything about Trump you mentioned to bring up George Bush. It was just to show the hypocrisy, and it's only about America to you.
It's not
about
hypocrisy.
other humans. It's not. No, I
never
get your
claimed.
point. I get.
No.
Yeah.
The only way you can say that it was hypocrisy is if I said that you are traitors for supporting Donald Trump because Donald Trump killed a lot of people through a foreign intervention. That would be hypocrisy, because every president has killed. I mean, I can't speak to like back a long time ago, but every president in modern memory has been either directly or indirectly relating to deaths overseas. We know this. That's not the reason you're a traitor. You're a traitor because you supported somebody that tried to overthrow the government.
So are you country over all then? Is that your stance? Like just America, that's it? That's your like line?
No. Okay. So if you're asking if I would vote for whoever is the most pro-America candidate, no. It's more so it's a disqualifier to me if the president or if the candidate doesn't care about the Constitution and wants to terminate the Constitution. That's a disqualifier for me.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I didn't mean America first, like the comments were saying. I'm saying, like you just said, like it's just Constitution, protection, and this kind of mentality. That's what you
I personally think, yes. I personally think attempting to overthrow the government and then calling for the termination of the Constitution, I do think those are disqualifiers as someone who isn't a traitor. Yes, that's my personal opinion. If you seem to have a different opinion, you think that it's okay to vote for somebody that wipes his ass with the Constitution, and then that's cool. God bless America. We have the freedom of speech, so you can cope however you want, but
yeah. Does the Constitution, does that have to be the hill that America has to die on? Like this piece of paper, really?
You're getting so close. You're getting so close, John. All you have to say is that you care more about Donald Trump and what Donald Trump is proposing than the Constitution. And you're about to admit it right now. You're saying that we shouldn't die on the hill of the Constitution. The piece of paper. You can say it. Just say it with your chest. All I want from MAGA is just some intellectual honesty. Just be open about it. Say it with your chest. I know how you feel about the Constitution because I saw how you voted. So,
yeah, I would say it if that's how I truly feel. But like I said before, I voted for party. But I'm not. You know, everyone that votes for him doesn't have to be ultra MAGA, loves him, worships him. Like he just votes for him. You know.
That's true. But I already stated my claim. My claim is that if you voted for Donald Trump after knowing about what happened on January 6th, that you're a traitor. Now that doesn't mean that you wear the Trump boxer shorts, or you bought the Trump Bible, or you bought the Trump coins, or you bought the Trump NFTs, or you bought the Trump phone that still hasn't released, or you bought all the other grifty shit that Trump has been pawning off on you rubes. Whatever it is, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that you're a traitor. Okay, but most Americans did. Yamama, I don't know if you know this, but 49% of the people who voted is not even close to most Americans. He got 77 million votes, and there's 380 million Americans. Just grab a calculator and you know that you go. This is what you do. You take 77 million, and then you press the little button. It's a dot, a line, and then a dot, and then you go 380 million underneath that. Okay, and then that's going to give you a number. To get the percentage, you move the decimal point over twice. Okay, sorry about that. I just needed to.
Yeah, that's fair. So the Constitution is really your hill that you're going to die on. It is the Constitution, really.
I mean, there are several hills. Frankly, I personally, the moment he was found liable for sexually assaulting a woman, I was never voting for him. Like that, that's another thing that I would think is a deal breaker. So like, I could change this caption right now. If you voted for Donald Trump after he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll, then you're a misogynist. Like that's a perfectly good topic right there. Like you don't care about women or women being sexually assaulted. Like there's a ton of deal breakers for like decent people.
Would you ever say that, not the same, but a similar thing about Clinton, or?
Yeah. So if you had a situation where Clinton was running in the primary, damn sure I would vote against him. Now, if Clinton got to the general, right? Now, to my knowledge, Clinton has not been convicted of any sexual assault like Donald Trump has.
No.
Or Donald Trump, excuse me, was found liable. Clinton did, however, I still haven't forgiven him for the power dynamic situation with him and Monica Lewinsky. A lot of people talk about like the affair being consensual, which is true, and Republicans I don't think grasp the hypocrisy when they're okay with Donald Trump cheating on all three of his wives, one of which was with a porn star while his wife was at home with a newborn. Republicans don't pick up on the hypocrisy. I, being a little bit on the more progressive side, I don't like the power dynamic between the president of the United States having a sexual relationship with somebody who works for him. I don't think that will ever be okay. But if he's running against Donald Trump, then you just weigh the options, and it's still not close.
Yeah. So just to bring up one more point, that when you were saying like the social issues, like you want to vote against these people you hate. I don't hate Americans. I don't hate people just because they have some beliefs, but it seems like you hate people like me. It's just someone that put a vote in for this person that you despise. Would you say that you hate me?
I mean, I think hate is a strong word. But I mean, I'm getting there. You're convincing me. I promised we would talk about the social issues. Okay. So let's do it. Social issues that you were willing to put your morals aside for. Go ahead.
So it's just non-conservative ideals and the movement of feminism and trans and just
okay. Let's talk about feminism. What's wrong with feminism? Let's start there.
Yeah. So after the 19th Amendment and the women were forced into the workforce, depression rates for women have skyrocketed since then. Can you tell me why?
Wait, you said women were forced into the workforce and then what skyrocketed? I missed it. I'm sorry.
Depression rates.
Depression rates?
For women, yeah.
Are you implying that that's because they had the ability to vote?
No, I'm saying it's because they were forced into the workforce.
Okay, the 19th Amendment and the workforce are two separate situations.
No, I know. I'm saying they're in the same time period, like after the war, after World War II, after the 19th Amendment, and then women were forced into the workforce.
The feminism movement. Got it. All right, so you're under the impression that women having the choice to work rather than having to get married to live, and back then there was no fault divorce, so you'd have to stay with your husband even if they were abusive, right? You're saying that them having the choice led to higher depression rates?
Well, you're going to say it's not causation, it's correlation, but why is 1 in 3 women in therapy? Why is 1 in 4 women on some prescription drugs? Like, you have to answer to these questions.
Okay. Well, one reason, or people like you, but if I'm going to be honest with you, first we would have to see if this is inconsistent with the increase in depression rates or suicidality with men.
Yeah. So
could it not be correlated maybe with our descent into late stage capitalism? Could it not be correlated into the increase in access to things like the internet, where the more you learn, if you have a brain that functions, the more like disillusioned you get with society? Like, there's so many causation reasons that we could talk about here, but your assumption is that them having a choice was the reason.
No, you can look it up while you're talking to me. There's general trends, yes. I'm saying before forced into the workforce and after. That's the split.
You keep saying forced. How are women forced into the workforce?
They were, I mean, okay, I don't want to get too, I don't know what the word is, extreme or controversial or whatever, but feminism, college education, liberal programs, women have to be girl bosses, and yeah. That's put it.
Are you a fan of Nicholas Fuentes by chance?
No, I don't like his hate on women.
That might be the funniest thing I heard all day. Thank you, Alaskan, for the $5. Why I'm in therapy is not released into a study, but since he's so concerned about my depression, it's because I married a man and didn't choose to be alone. Men are why I'm in therapy.
Oh, so blame the man. Yeah, okay.
Well, listen, I don't know if you know this. Do you know what the number one cause of death for women is?
Generally? I would assume it's the same as the average cause of death for humans. So, like cardiac related, or
no? I'm sorry.
You're gonna say what, like homicide by their husbands or something? Is that what you're gonna say?
It's not what I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna show you.
Okay. Is that really the case though? I mean, that sounds very unlikely, but I'll look at the data.
So for women between the ages of 18 and 49, the number one cause of death, domestic violence by men.
Are you going to show us, or just going to like?
Okay.
If that's sincerely true, that's pretty crazy, actually.
Why would we choose the bear? Not crazy facts.
Okay, you would not choose the bear. Like, that's silly.
Why would you not choose the bear?
Because the bear wants to eat you alive, and the man can protect you. You have a chance, don't you? If the men are so horrible, you at least have a chance.
I don't think you know what the...
Oh, I do.
Wait. Do you know what the question is?
It's like, it goes along the lines of, like, if you're like in a forest, would you rather be stuck with a man or a bear or something?
Would you rather happen upon a man or a bear?
Okay. The same thing applies. My answer applies. At least the man could protect you. He could try to help you. You have to
protect you from what?
Oh, no. From the wilderness. The bear just wants to eat you alive. I mean, come on now.
Most of the time, the bear is going to ignore you.
That's a big gamble. If you want to take that gamble, I mean.
I think you just don't.
You just don't like common sense, huh?
I just don't know how to. Okay, so statistically speaking, right? Women are way, way more likely to be harmed by a man than a bear. Does that understand? Does that get to you. That get through.
Well, whoa, that's called per capita. How many men or how many women are with men, and how many women are encountered with bears? Come on now.
Additionally, bears aren't going to rape you. Bears aren't going to kidnap you. If a bear is going to kill you, they're going to kill you. But men, I mean, I don't know. Two men talking about this is just so cringe. Honestly, like the fact that you're trying to disagree with women's opinions about this when women are the statistic in this is so insane. So here, I'm just gonna. I don't know if this is gonna be the first woman you ever talked to, but I'm gonna bring up a woman real quick.
It's not the first one, but okay.
Hi.
Hi, Falcon.
First off, it's my birthday, Dan. I'm so excited.
Happy
Thank you
birthday.
for giving me a misogynist to yell at for my birthday. So first, I want to correct a very deep misconception that you seem to have, and that is that women magically across the globe started working for the very first time after World War II. And I need you to understand that women's rights post World War II and post the 19th Amendment were the first time that women were able to work outside. Well, I should say middle class white women were able to work outside of the home and be compensated for their labor as individuals. But let me tell you, globally, this idea of women, and we're talking from a historical sense, and hi, I'm an anthropologist, by the way. I don't like to claim that title because I haven't finished my PhD, but we're gonna, for the sake of my degree, we're gonna run with it for right now. Where women globally, for like all of human history, have always been a part of labor. Do you know when the spinning wheel was invented?
I don't, in the 1700s or something.
Much before that, long before that, thousands of years before that. But in the earliest forms of the Industrial Revolution and the textile industry, a lot of women worked from home in England and the United States at what we now know as a spinning wheel or a spindle, and they would spin the yarn, and then other women would work at home from looms, and that would be worked into fabric. That was the earliest forms of industrial textiles and piecework before we got before we got to factory work. You should not be out of bed. You know better. It is 9:30. So let's make it very clear. And then when it came to women who were not wealthy, they were fully expected to labor in their husband's businesses. So say you married a man that ran a restaurant. You were fully expected to cook and clean and do chores and all of those things in his restaurant. And your husband didn't have to pay you. Also, did you know that in the American South, after the Civil War, there were laws passed that prevented Black women from being stay-at-home moms because white women lost their access to cheap labor after Black women were freed from slavery. So for yes, after World War II, in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, when America was experiencing a unique amount of prosperity, it became possible. I'm talking about examples from a large breadth of history, not just one specific thing, but it became possible for the first time for middle-class, wealthy white women to quote-unquote be stay-at-home moms. But it was also abundantly common for them to have to cook, for them to have to clean, for them to balance their husband's budgets, for them to be 24/7 caretakers. That's not women not working. Also, women's mental health was not studied before the 20th century. So if you're talking about increasing mental health rates and increasing rates of women having depression and things like that, it's because they used to tell women that had things like ADHD, autism, anxiety, and depression that they were insane and they were just committed to asylums. More often than not, if their husbands didn't want to deal with them. Women in the 1950s were often addicted to Quaaludes for their anxiety, for their women's issues. There's even, they even used to blow smoke up women's butts as a treatment for quote-unquote women's issues. They called women's depression before the 20th century the wandering uterus, where they thought that women were having problems because she wasn't hysteria, because she wasn't pregnant. And they thought that was because her uterus was wandering around her body and that she needed to be pregnant in order to stop it. There is a long history of the way that women's labor has shaped our world, from textiles to literally building cities, the way that African American women literally wet nursed some of our presidents, the way that men like Alexander Hamilton and George Washington were nursed by Black women slaves and taught their letters by Black women governesses. So do not say that all of the sudden women started during the 20th century, started working for the very first time. Women have been laboring on this planet for thousands of years.
Genuinely, no.
Including
And
right
for a
now,
brief-
Falcon laboring to teach you just something that you could have found out with 10 minutes of research.
And for a very brief period, probably 50 years in the 19th century until the 80s, coincidentally till Ronald Reagan took over and started destroying the middle class, wealthy white women were able to stay home and be housewives in the idea that you have of women. But that is not the breadth of women's history or the history of women in the world. Look up the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory. You can look up the Radium Girls. You can look up the women who fought and labored. I mean, Florence Nightingale, the world's first nurse, that was a woman. And that was before...
Can I have this?
You better get in bed.
I don't.
You do realize I am listening. I don't want to be rude and interrupt her. That's why I'm just staying quiet.
It's my birthday. I'm a little toasted. My kid won't go to bed. And you are so abundantly wrong. And it is so clear that our education system has failed you so
Do you
deeply.
mind if I respond and you can have a quick convo? Can I respond to, or is that?
You can try.
Yeah, so we were kind of mainly speaking about America in relation to women's workforce entrance, and I mean, if you want
The
to talk about
Triangle
international,
Shirtwaist Factory fire happened here in America. Is one of the earliest labor movements that ever happened in the United States, and it was primarily staffed by women.
sorry, and a further point, yeah, you can talk about one of the existing oldest universities was created by a woman in North Africa, but my point was that women were forced into the workforce then, not women
Forced
had
by
never worked
who?
before them, forced by men,
Why?
because capitalism. That's why.
When? Give me examples.
I told you after post World War II in America.
No, that's not specific enough. There were, I mean, the Great Depression happened post World War II. The Civil Rights Movement happened post World War II. What specific actions happened by men post World War II that forced women into the workforce? Because let me be clear, before World War II, women were already in the workforce. The Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire happened pre-World War II. There were already women working in factories in the United States before World War II.
Yeah, there were some. Yeah, there
Not
were
some. If you were not wealthy as a woman, you were working. You just weren't entitled to your own wages. They went to your husband because you weren't allowed to have your own money. The majority of women who were not wealthy in the United States worked. They just had to do it under their husband's name.
So I don't know how you can prove that, but okay.
You can go look up the Radium Girls. Go look up the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory right now. Go look up the early women's labor movements that happened before World War II and understand that, or go look up the laws. Go look up the laws that required Black women to have a job in the United States in the South. Because those laws were on the books all the way from the Reconstruction South, post-Civil War era, all the way until the 1970s and 1980s. It was legally required for Black women to have a job outside of the home so that Southern white women could have access to a cheap labor market and cheap childcare.
Yeah, I heard your points. I just want to say that people are saying don't laugh when the host is literally putting up memes about me. Obviously, I'm going to laugh at them because they're pretty actually good. So, I mean, it's going to make me laugh. So,
And again, I'm telling you that it wasn't until post-World War II that more women had access to be able to stay home at all. The stay-at-home mom, the stay-at-home housewife becoming prevalent in our society, that change did not occur until after the Great Depression, until we hit the 1940s and the 1950s and the 60s.
Gray, thank you for the $3. Can you please ask guest if women stop going to work amidst capitalism and wealth disparities, how exactly does this guy plan to be the sole worker in a household? Does he think that's sustainability?
He ran.
Okay. That one's my bad. I could have swore. Yeah, no, John, come back up. I saw somebody say, "Can I pay to kick?" and then this came at the same time, and I thought it was the same thing. So, John, you can come back up. That's my apologies on that one. I just assumed I was ready to take any amount of money to kick.
This is obviously something that I care about, and I am just toasted enough to want to yell at this person about this, because this is why history is so important, guys. This is why it is so important to continue educating yourselves, even if it's outside of a traditional education setting. If you grew up in the US, I'm gonna let you know that, like, you were probably failed by our education system, and books are important. Like,
John, you can answer that question.
Yeah,
actually.
what was the question?
Okay, so the question was, if women stop going to work amidst capitalism and wealth disparities, how exactly do you plan to be the sole worker in a household? Do you think that's sustainable?
I think it's more productive to a healthy family. Yeah, what's wrong with that? I mean, the woman can tend to the children, tend to the household. The man goes out and works.
I think you're ignoring what the question was. Like, you know what things cost right now, right? Oh, I mean, maybe you don't because you support Donald Trump. So, but if you do know what things cost, you recognize that it's not really feasible right now for one person, unless they make a lot of fucking money, to be the sole breadwinner, as it were.
Well, I'm in New York. Things are as expensive as maybe anywhere in the world right now. I'm not saying I have it good, so that's fine, and everyone has it good. I'm saying you can move places to more affordable places. You can find a different job. You can attain an education. There's routes you can take where you can provide for your family.
Okay, thank you, Kai, for the $6. Paying to kick, bring up a bear instead. A bear would have been more coherent.
For those of you that asked in the comments about books, since I am the book person, I would recommend that you start with The People's History of the United States if you are interested in reading. There's also a book called Radium Girls that's about the Radium Girls and will detail their history to you. Also, if you're really curious about the history of what's led us to our current situation in Venezuela, there's a book called America, America by Greg Grandin that came out last year that details the history of U.S. intervention in South America, and it's really, really important if you want to have a better context. So I just...
Really quick, Falcon. Thank you, Alexandra, for the $10. Please kick when Falcon is done with him. Happy birthday, Falcon. And I'm gonna build on that and say, chat, Falcon just that was some Gordon Ramsay level cooking right there. That was educating, and unlike the times that guest wants us to go back to, Falcon was doing that for free. So if y'all want to show her some love, especially on her birthday, I don't know if you
do not gift me. I am that person. I'm about to be that person. There's a GoFundMe linked in my bio that I am trying to help a family not be homeless right now. So if you give a shit about anything I have to say, or you have money to spend, please go donate to that GoFundMe. That family is very near and dear to my heart. And I want to make sure that they stay housed this winter. For those of you guys asking, the book is called The People's History of the United States, was the first book that I read that I mentioned, and it's a decolonized version of American history. It's a really good brief overview. And if you are a book person, I will be posting more nonfiction book content this year because a lot of people have been asking for it. I'm not a politics or a debater, so if you're looking for that, don't follow me. But if you want book content, I post book content on TikTok. And thank you for letting me up, Dan. But yeah, if you give a shit and you want to give me money, don't give me money. Please go donate to the family that's linked in my bio.
Thank you so much. And y'all see, listen, this is the type of person Falcon is, okay? I don't usually let people come up no matter what. But Falcon is one of those people where if she's requesting, I'm bringing her up. And it's because not only is she super knowledgeable about this stuff, but this is a person who cares, and this is just a good person. So definitely show some love to that GoFundMe. And in fact, if
thank you, Dan's a sweetheart. Yeah, I don't know if everybody here knows that, but Dan is adorable.
Thank you.
There are very few streamers that will let activists come up and speak during debate lives, and he is one of them.
I am also, I'm not going to do it right this second, but I am going to add it to my short-term to-do list. I'm also going to donate to the GoFundMe. I forget stuff. But once it's on this to-do list, Matt can agree. It will get done.
Also team ADHD, so I get it. And if you are someone going to school and you don't need to make money, getting degrees in history, anthropology, gender studies, and things like that, even as a minor, really, really eye-opening experience. I got my first degree in classics and my second degree in anthropology. I will never get a job, but I did learn a lot.
Happy, you saw that too? Yeah. Happy Human has said, "Can Falcon yell at us to go to bed again?" You know what? maybe we should be calling live soon.
I can't, because if my kid hears it, he might freak out. He might think I'm yelling at him again. But I don't want him to think that he's in trouble for no reason, and he can hear me.
All right, Falcon, thank you so much again for coming up. Happy birthday. And I hope you have an amazing night.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. All right. Big shout out to Falcon. One day, I don't know when. One day I'd like to be as versed on I don't even want to say women's issues, right? Because this is people's issues, right? This is just sociology. I want to be as well versed as Falcon one day, so I can combat the Groyper talking points more effectively. I personally think just them stating it is kind of humiliating enough, but with the facts behind it to back it up, I think it's super important, especially in the period we are right now, where misinformation is so rampant. You taught me stuff I didn't even know. Yeah, every time, honestly. Shout out to Kira. Thank you for the $5. John is confused. Women's position in the workforce shifted during World War II because the men were fighting a war, and if they did not step into the jobs the men left behind, and notably building the weapons and materials needed overseas, our economy probably would have collapsed. Very true. Trump supporter told me the economy is booming. Who's down in the background? That's my girlfriend, Mac. The code name. I do remember that show. All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. Our girlfriend Mac. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We try to be live Fridays and Saturdays, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. Obviously, today was a special day, 5-year anniversary of January 6th. For those that don't know, January 6th was probably the number one reason I started going live. Obviously, my goal was for people to vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. This was back in August 2024. But January 6th and the way everyone around me didn't seem to care about it really pushed me to going live. So, but normally Fridays and Saturday nights we do debates, discussions, and fact checks. And as we get closer to the midterms, I will expand my schedule to get closer to what we were. Maybe not back in 2024 when we went live every day, but maybe closer to like 4 or 5 days a week. Anyway, so yeah, make sure you're following if you're not. Thank you all so much. And we're going to go to the next guest now.
What's up, Dan? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, how are you? Thank you for coming up.
Oh, right on. And congratulations on the 5 years, man. Sorry it was January 6th.
What?
Well, so...
Congratulations on the 5 years?
Yeah, you said you went live 5 years ago, right?
No. I went live. I started going live in August 2024, but it was because I was.
I'm sorry.
Flabbergasted that people were planning on voting for the guy that did that. That's.
Oh, my mistake.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey, well, I mean, I kind of want to have you define traitor a little bit, and is this the Twitter definition of traitor, or is this like the constitutional definition of traitor?
I mean, I was kind of going with like the colloquial definition. If you'd like, we could look up the constitutional definition. But basically, somebody who does something against the United States of America or the Constitution of the United States of America.
No, I mean, being a traitor, right? That's a crime, and usually we define the crime first. And if voting for Trump makes you a traitor, I'm curious, where are we going? Are we going forward? Or are we going backward? Right?
Okay. Well, I mean, if you'd like me to say whether I think that everyone that voted for Trump committed the act of treason,
Which is what your question is. That's the position your question is stating, right?
No, I'm using the colloquial word traitor rather than the legal definition of traitor.
So, we're starting to get into the question of intent, right, and responsibility for your actions, right? Are you aware that there were federal agents at the January 6th riot?
Mm-hmm.
And Christopher Wray admitted this in testimony.
What does that have to do with that?
And did those federal agents have any part in that? Should they take responsibility for that as well?
Did they have any part in it?
Yeah. Should they be held responsible
what was
for the
their
part that
part?
they played in it?
Wait, what was their part?
Well, I mean, I've seen videos of people who were breaking windows that were masked and covered, but are likely federal agents telling people to go.
No, I'm sorry. You just used the word likely. Okay, so now we're going into.
Well, it's because I'm trying to be honest. Right?
Yeah, there's no evidence
they
that
haven't been convicted in. Yeah, they haven't been convicted of the crime.
There's no evidence that federal agents were the ones that broke into the Capitol. In fact, the people who first broke in were the Proud Boys, and we know this.
Okay, so how do you know this? And the Proud Boys were not the only people there. Okay,
sure.
And there were federal agents prior to January 6th who had infiltrated the Proud Boys. Do you think that those federal agents, those informants, may have had an influence on the Proud Boys and what they did that day?
Are you asking if federal agents entrapped the Proud Boys and had them commit seditious treason?
Are you saying that that's impossible?
Okay. I guess this is going to be this kind of conversation. No, but I'd like to see any kind of evidence about that.
Well, there is documented evidence that there were informants in the Proud Boys group who likely had influenced their behaviors on that day.
Can I see that?
And okay, this is Christopher Wray's testimony.
Oh, Christopher Wray testified that informants from the FBI were
Infiltrated
influencing the Proud Boys. That's what Christopher Wray testified? I can pull that up.
Do you know what reading between the lines is? And coming to
reading between the lines. Okay. I'm going to remember that when we talk about Trump's speech. Okay. So there being federal agents who are informants in regards to an organization that was planning a seditious conspiracy against the United States. That's a bad thing now?
Is what a bad thing?
When the FBI is doing their job. Is that a bad thing?
And is entrapment a bad thing?
Yeah, it could be. That's why I asked you for evidence. You asked me to read between the lines. So you want to actually just go through Christopher's testimony? Is that what we're doing here?
Is that what we want to do with our guests? I mean, we could.
Well, it sounds like this is a pivotal point you have here. I mean, at the end of the day, regardless of what the Proud Boys in particular did, nobody can entrap you into assaulting police officers. Also, most certainly, nobody can entrap Donald Trump to lie to not only the American people, but try to get the
He's
DOJ.
the only one that lies in politics, right?
I love the equivocation. I love it. A lie from a politician, they're all made the same, no matter what. Even though Donald Trump has 30,000 documented lies in his first term, and most importantly, when Donald Trump lies, the American people says, "I won the election," and unlike any other candidate in the history of this country, I'm not going to concede. I'm going to cry and bitch and moan, and I would wipe my ass with the Constitution. In fact, I will terminate the Constitution if it means I stay in power. That is the same as any politician lying. Okay, yeah, you're being very genuous.
Hey, calm down. We're having a civil discussion here, right? And so did the Minnesota governor lie by denying?
This is not a civil discussion. Because you came in here very hot, ready with your talking points listed out, and you're ready to justify treason. Okay, and I'm an American patriot. I'm sorry. I hate to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Treason is a crime punishable by death, and if voting is
I know.
a crime,
Donald Trump reminded me when a 25-year Navy veteran, Mark Kelly.
Calm down.
Yeah. I'm gonna not calm down because this is my life, and I'm gonna do whatever I want. So Donald Trump reminded me that treason is a crime punishable by death when a 25-year Navy veteran posted a video just reminding the military of something that they get in their oath when they enlist, that you are obligated to disobey unconstitutional orders. Donald Trump reminded me that treason is a crime punishable by death. So yeah, I know that. Thanks.
So let's be clear, so that we have at least agreement on what we disagree on. Right? So voting is treason, and that's a crime.
What?
That's your position. Voting. That's what you're saying. That's what you're arguing.
Can you tell me when I said that?
That's what you've just been arguing for. You're saying that if you vote, that's what it says on your screen right now. It says if you voted after January 6th, you are a traitor. And then you're kind of like saying semantics and this and that. But isn't that dangerous?
I am 35.
Don't words matter?
You know what? Yes. The moment you hold me, the moment you hold your president to the same account that you're holding me, a random guy on TikTok, I will take you seriously. But you don't care about words. You don't care about stochastic terrorism. So miss me with that for the rest of time. Okay. I already explained that the traitor here is not a legal definition. It's the colloquial term that we use to talk about people that are anti-American, right? That don't care about the Constitution. That's what I'm talking about. Do you want me to change the word? Would that make you less?
I think making the claim that somebody that votes for a particular party is treasonous.
No. I'm sorry, not a particular party. not a particular party, a party that nominated someone who attempted a coup in this country. That's my claim. Now, what
So
you can
Trump
try to
attempted a
whitewash
coup.
it all
Trump
you
tried to
want.
break in.
I'm sorry.
Is that what you're saying?
Say that again.
You said Trump attempted a coup.
Yes, that Donald Trump attempted a coup. Yeah.
So he tried to break into the Capitol building on January 6th.
Do you think the all coups are violent?
Typically, yeah, they are.
Oh, okay. All right. So what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you Google non-violent coups. Okay. And then you can come back and we can have a discussion on, because if we don't agree on reality, then we're not going to be able to have a discussion, right? I'm glad you wanted to define our words here as a traitor. We define that. Would you like me to Google it for you? I could do that.
You can do whatever you want. It's your platform.
Oh. All right. So, can a coup be non-violent? We can go past. If you'd like. We can go past the AI. All right. We can talk about the history.
Did the AI say something you didn't agree with?
No, it agrees with me. But I know the cope that you guys do. When the AI agrees with me, oh, that's AI, and then we have to scroll. The AI actually says yes. A coup can be
Isn't that what
non-violent.
we all do? Isn't that like a human trait to have some bias?
Yeah, it's a human trait to have some bias. It's cringe to know that and then continue to believe lies. But okay, so there are things known as soft coups or bloodless coups that have happened in history. Now I don't even think we can.
Is that the majority?
I know the type of person you are. You gave away the ball game. You're gonna argue for the sake of arguing. We're not. So this isn't a debate, bro. Live. I know it might seem like it, right? Because it's a prove me wrong. But if your goal is just to debate, I'm wasting your time. You're wasting your time. I'm not gonna. What I'm not gonna do is waste my time on a debate, bro. Because what you just said was so bad faith. Because it went from coups have to be violent to, or a majority of coups violent, and know that doesn't matter. You know that doesn't matter, right?
So my initial claim that started this whole thing on coups was that they're usually violent, which is not an absolute.
That's not what you said.
Claim.
You said they were always violent.
It is exactly what I said. I did not use the word always.
I
was
said,
taken
does a
aback
coup
by your
have to be
question. I
violent?
said, usually, they are usually, yeah.
I said, does a coup have to be violent? And you said yes.
No, I said, okay. This seems to be going nowhere, but do you think it's a good thing to label voters as treasonous? I
personally don't give a flying fuck about the tone policing from people who are okay with Donald Trump. So that's what I think about that. I also think that this type of caption,
you've got a problem with law, right? And trying to uphold the rule of law and responsibility to the words that you use, right? You have a problem with that?
What's the law about me having an opinion?
And about federal agents being involved with this and how that nefarious that is, and you want to deny the fact that Democrats and people in power placed individuals in these circles knowing that they could impact what happened on that day. And here they are celebrating this.
All I asked you was for evidence that they were entrapping these people. You don't have it. You said we have to read between the lines. So if we read between the lines, to be clear, if we read between the lines, then your whole argument falls apart. Because if you read between the lines, Donald Trump literally asked them to break into the Capitol and kill Mike Pence. If you read between the lines. But you guys are like, well, he said peacefully and patriotically. Yeah, he waited 2 hours and 48 minutes to stop them from assaulting police officers. And yeah, he pardoned every single one of them, showing that he doesn't even care about backing the blue or anything like that. And yeah, he was the reason that they were there because he lied about the election, if we read between the lines. So I'm just holding you to your own standard. Now, I
guess Biden lied about never pardoning his son. I guess that was auto pen though, so that doesn't really matter either.
No. Yes, we could talk. You want to talk about that? We'll talk about that. So, Joe Biden wasn't planning on pardoning his son, but it became very clear that Donald Trump was going to maliciously go after his political opponents, and that would have included.
Wow! I'm glad that you said that, to go after political opponents, especially on the timing of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Who initiated that war?
Donald Trump did when he tweeted at Pam Bondi just a few months ago. He tweeted at her to prosecute certain people, and all of them got prosecuted shortly after that tweet. Now, if you want to blame Biden for going after Trump, I'm sorry, I'm still talking. My sentence is not concluded. I know you're very emotional about your lies. Okay? I know you're very emotional about your lies. I will not be overtalked. I'm sorry. So, if you want to blame Biden for weaponizing the Justice Department, you would have to show evidence of that, because Biden had a separation from his Justice Department like every other president that's not named Donald Trump. We literally have Merrick Garland being shit on by all of the left, saying that he should have prosecuted him sooner. But not only did Merrick Garland not prosecute Donald Trump, he had a special counsel investigate it. That's what you're supposed to do. You put an independent special counsel. Jack Smith is a Republican, by the way, and a lifelong Republican. And Merrick Garland also is. And I know, no matter what, if they go get Trump, they're a rhino. I know. There's no way a Republican could find that Donald Trump is a treasonous piece of dog shit. But Jack Smith and Merrick Garland, both lifelong Republicans. Now, what I'm going to ask you is if you could do me one favor, okay? One favor. Provide me the evidence that federal agents / Democrats planted people into these groups to entrap them into smearing shit on the walls and assaulting police officers. That's all I want from you, okay? Either I get that evidence or I get a concession. No more conversation after that. I will wait. And we got a runner, chat. We got a runner, because when you're forced to defend January 6th and you're not allowed to make things up without evidence, the only option left is to either concede or run. Unfortunately, this gentleman thought we were just going to go back and forth and allow for pivots. Oh, he's going to pivot to Joe Biden's son, or he's going to pivot to Nancy Pelosi or whatever. No. Just he made a claim. His very first claim. There were feds in the crowd, and I agreed to it. I was like, yeah, we know that. And then he said, and they influenced the Proud Boys. And I said, oh, I need evidence for that. And ever since, he's been running around that question. So when I held him to task and I shut his lying, treasonous mouth, I'm sorry, I called him treasonous. It's a legal definition and it's punishable by death. You guys don't care that Donald Trump called for the death of a 25-year Navy veteran and astronaut, by the way, which is super cool, Mark Kelly, when all he did was say that the military are obligated to disobey illegal orders. I know y'all heard that and said illegal orders. He's talking about Trump because Trump commits a hell of a lot of crimes. I get that you thought that. So you didn't care when he said that about Mark Kelly. So I'm not going to give a fuck. Okay. I'm not going to be held to a higher standard than the president of the United States. When you find yourself holding a TikToker to a higher standard than the guy you voted for, then you need to reevaluate yourself. Not the skedaddle. So I'm going to leave that there. Okay. I'm going to let him go back to his shirtless piano playing. You know what skedaddle means? It means skedaddle. That by the way, I need to add that to the soundboard. That's a really good one, Erica. It makes me laugh every time because what is Trump saying? He said, skedaddle. They mean skedaddle. Like what? But Fed informants aren't the same as Fed agents. Yes. Oh, that's true. Louis, that's a good point. Yes, that is true. Okay. All right. I am going to put a hard cap. Okay, a hard cap at half an hour. Okay. As much as I enjoy this, it seems like a return to form. I don't know if it's because we just came off of a ban and then something was lifted off of our account, or if it's just because the J6 topic is when the old Dirty Dan comes out. I don't know what it is, but we're getting guests, which is cool. Lately, MAG has been too scared to come up and humiliate themselves. But I do want to put a hard cap at a half an hour because Mac has work in the morning, and I want to spend a little bit of time with her before bed. but just a little bit. Can this year just skip to the midterms already? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring up the next guest in a moment. In the meantime, if you are enjoying the live, make sure to double check that you're following. Okay, sometimes people might have followed me through a backup, or maybe TikTok removed my follow because Oracle's buying it or whatever. Just make sure right next to my name you should see a either an orange heart or a gray heart. If you see a red oval, that means you're not following. Kira, thank you so much for the $5. The Proud Boys literally, openly, and happily admit this. They didn't even go to a speech on the ellipse. That's true. Thank you for the evidence is so damning, and there is so much of it that, like, we literally forget how awful January 6th was because of how much took place. Like, I haven't even gotten a chance to say the name Cheese Bro yet, or Boris Epstein, or who's the third one? It's Cheese Bro, well, Giuliani and Sidney Powell, of course, but there was one other lawyer with his cockamamie. Oh, fucking Navarro. Oh my God. Yeah, sorry. They went straight to the Capitol while Trump was still talking. Yes, that is correct, Kira. The shaman. Well, no, not the shaman dude. There was like one of the lawyers. Trump had lawyers that came up with this idea to steal the election. It was Cheese Bro. I'm forgetting one of the people. Powell. No, Powell and Giuliani were like on a different level. Eastman, thank you. Yes. All right, Blue Granny gets the points. It was Eastman. Cheese Bro, Epstein, and then Powell and Giuliani, and then we had the Navarros and Roger Stones. My pillow. Yeah, okay. We'll go to the next guest. Here we go. Blue Granny is a part of Gryffindor. Literally Jenna Ellis. Yeah, Jenna Ellis is another one. She's not a lawyer though. Hi, welcome up.
Hello.
What's going on?
What's up? I voted for Trump twice or 3 times.
Ooh.
I don't think that makes me a traitor.
Yeah. So I mean, it sounds like you witnessed January 6th. I'm sure did the research about the fake elector plot and the DOJ memo that Trump wanted them to.
Yeah, I've read about all that. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yep.
you still chose to vote for a guy who tried to overthrow an election.
I don't think Trump really ever tried to. I mean, he was trying to do a legal measure.
What's legal about lying to the American people? He literally got indicted for defrauding the United States because of what he did.
You're switching the topic. There is a legal mechanism in place to not certify an election. Isn't that correct? Does that not exist legally, constitutionally?
So if you're referring to when there are multiple slates of electors, then yes, I know the argument from Hawaii back in it might have been the JFK election. Hawaii had not finished counting, but what they would have counted wouldn't have changed the results. So they sent 2 slates of electors, and then whichever ones they ended up certifying would be the ones that get selected. That's very different than fake electors. These were the people that were indicted and convicted of forging government documents. These were people that led to Giuliani being disbarred. This was not the legal mechanism for doing so.
I was talking specifically about Pence and certifying the election in Congress.
Pence does not have the legal right to just say, I don't like this election. He would need cause to not certify the election, and he didn't have cause.
So the question is then, would evidence of electoral fraud constitute cause to not certify an election?
It would need to be, so the evidence of the fraud would need to be presented in the states that are sending the electors so that they could either send alternate slates of electors or delay their certification. But when it gets to Pence, no, there is no legal mechanism. And by the way, that there isn't any evidence, but I get that that's a hypothetical. I'm assuming you know that there was no evidence of fraud, right?
I think I saw some compelling stuff at the time. I'd have to go back and look at it, but yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I was actually, I guess before we continue the conversation, maybe you're just going to boot me off for this. I do want to state I'd never broke any law, but I was there at the Ellipse. I was there in January. Was that 5 years ago? We were so our day kind of went. We were like there. We were staying with a buddy. We went to the speech, and then we're like, okay, that was interesting. And then we went home. We turned on the news, and it was like they've broken into the Capitol, whatever. And
So
we
you
were
left
we
after
were
the
like,
speech.
we left after the speech, and we saw it on the news, and we are like, this is like a historic day in America, like good or bad. We should go back and like actually be there. So we went back, and we were standing out. I don't know if you've been to the Capitol. I'm sure you've seen the pictures with all the people on the steps, right? We were standing kind of back out away from that in like the grass area, just kind of watching it. But I can tell you from like personal experience, like my own talking to people there, seeing people like actually, being there firsthand. I mean, the vast majority of people there were not there to harm anybody. They weren't there to attack people. They weren't there to, take a dump on Nancy Pelosi's desk. And I think obviously there were bad actors. I'm not denying that. Like the Proud Boys, like there were people there that were trying to do bad things. But I think to lump everybody in when it was mostly a peaceful protest.
See, here's the problem. I just think you don't know enough about January 6th. So if you wanted to convince me that a large amount of the people that were there were not intending on breaking in, but, once it started, we're just like, all right, fuck it, this is cool, whatever. That's not even really what I'm talking about when I talk about this, okay? So I'm talking about the fact that we had the president, right, Donald Trump, the president at the time, lied to the American people, claiming that the election was stolen. No evidence. Every single piece of evidence that he thought he had was brought up either in court or through the legal mechanisms. Like he started out going the legal path, right? Challenge the results legally. So you request audits, you request recounts, and you can file lawsuits, if there's something egregious. The problem here is that when he went through those legal mechanisms and he lost 64 out of 64 court cases, and every single Secretary of State, including Republicans, and every single governor, including Republicans, and all of those judges, including Trump-appointed judges, as well as federal judges that reviewed the cases, which included Trump-appointed judges, as well as his own Attorney General, Bill Barr, who had been a Trump supporter pretty much the whole time he was in politics, as well as his Vice President Mike Pence, as well as even his daughter, when all of these people are presenting you with the evidence that you lost this election, when then he chooses to do several illegal actions, including, but not limited to, requesting that the DOJ send a letter to the 7 swing states claiming there's evidence of voter fraud so that they would not certify their results, which, by the way, led to half the DOJ resigning. When he pressured Mike Pence to defy his duty to the Constitution and select fake, not alternate, fake slates of electors at the certification process and or send it back to the states. All of this was after he went through the legal processes. Now, this is not even talking about his calls to terminate the Constitution, which is something that happened actually after January 6th. This is all very, very out in the open and not even really contested. We saw when Giuliani went to defend himself, he didn't defend himself by presenting evidence of fraud. He defended himself by saying, I have the legal right, I have the First Amendment right to lie. When Sidney Powell had to defend herself in court, she didn't present evidence of fraud. She defended herself by saying no reasonable person would believe what we were saying. When Fox News had to defend themselves against Dominion, they settled a $787 million lawsuit because they knew that their text messages leaked. They knew that all of the election fraud stuff, especially in relation to the voting machines, was bullshit. All of this was out before January 6th, but certainly before November 2024, when you chose to vote for him a third time. So that's what I'm talking about. Thank you. Okay, Kristen. That's what I'm talking about when I mean that people that knew that and chose to support him are traitors. And we can talk about the fact that he saw the violence happening and waited 2 hours and 48 minutes to call them off. We can talk about the fact that while police officers were being assaulted, lawmakers and family members, by the way, were calling him, please call them off. And so there was a congressman that said, I think it might have been McCarthy, called him and said, you have to tell them to stop. He said, well, it sounds like they're more upset about this election than you are. Essentially pressuring him to fall in line and push back against the certification. We could talk about all that. We could also talk about the fact that right on day one, the first thing he did, he said day one he's going to lower grocery prices. Day one, he did a blanket pardon. Could have only pardoned those that were just there, like yourself, allegedly, or those that just smeared shit on the walls, right? It's just fecal matter. That's fine. But no, he did a blanket pardon, including those who violently assaulted police officers. All of that, to me, is so disqualifying. But
so can I clarify? I don't think he actually pardoned the Proud Boy guys.
They're eating the dogs.
He commuted their sentences, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, so I will pull this up for you. I already have it up. These are the only individuals whose sentences were commuted. This is his pardon official from us.gov. Okay. I don't know, it's 15-ish names. This does not include Enrique Tarrio from the Proud Boys. And also does not, more importantly, in my opinion, does not include DJ Rodriguez, who stole a stun gun from a police officer and dug it into his neck until he had a stroke. Those people are all in Part B.
Who is that you're referencing?
DJ Rodriguez.
To who?
To a Capitol police officer.
Which one?
Which
was his
police
name?
officer?
Yeah.
Matter? I could pull it up. You don't believe me?
No, I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm just wondering who it was.
Rodriguez. Michael Fanoni. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, you could look that up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with the pardon of someone who assaulted a police officer. You're like conflating that because I voted for Trump that I must support that he pardoned somebody who assaulted a police officer. Like,
I'm not. No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm sorry. What I'm saying is that all of what I just presented to you, which is, it's very clear. Do you agree that Donald Trump attempted illegal means to overturn the results of the election?
No.
Okay. So it sounds like we're living in a different reality right now.
Well, so the question then is, why wasn't he charged? Why didn't the Biden
administration? He was charged. Sir, he was charged.
Sorry, so you're right. He was by Jack Smith, correct?
Right. That's what.
So why he was indicted, right?
Indicted. He was going.
Why did it never? Yeah, it never went to trial though.
Do you want to know why?
Because he became president again, right? That's going to be what you're going to say. So they had 4 years.
Thank you. I agree. I think that Merrick Garland should have appointed a special prosecutor way sooner. We agree. What argument are you making now?
No. The argument I'm making is, if it was such a clear and like a cut and dry case, would it really take 4 years? So my point is, maybe it's not as cut and dry as you're claiming. Do you really think? Okay, so do you think the Democrats just don't care that Trump, according to you, tried to overthrow the election illegally? So that's the contention you're making.
I see.
It must be, because if they're dragging their feet on it, then they must not care.
You are giving away the ball game, and I'll explain to you why. Thank you, AC, for the corgi. Can I just ask how old you are, if you don't mind?
I'm 26. I thought I already said that.
26. No, you might have. I apologize. So you're 26, meaning actually all of your adult life has been dominant. Like, politics are Trump. You're pretty much the entirety of politics that you know is Trump. So prior to Donald Trump, presidents have a separation from the DOJ. The DOJ operates independently from the president. Yes, the president appoints his attorney general, but they operate separately. So for most presidents, no matter how much they dislike a person or want them prosecuted, they can't just order their attorney general to do so. Now, yes, I understand that's confusing because Donald Trump does that all the time. He literally just did that 2 months ago with Pam Bondi. Additionally, if you want to talk about Democrats, right, because Merrick Garland and Jack Smith are both Republicans, you're right. Democrats did care about him trying to overthrow the election. As a matter of fact, so did Republicans. And that's why he was impeached for a third time. And this time, the vote in the Senate, which is the vote to remove, was the most bipartisan vote to remove in history. 7 Senate Republicans voted with Democrats to remove him and prevent him from ever running for office again because of how egregious his actions were. So your argument kind of falls on its face. Like, yes, he was protected by the Republicans that didn't vote with those 7, but even Republicans like Mitch McConnell agreed that it's something that should be disqualifying, but he's not going to vote for the removal because of like Gerald Ford type reasons, like to unite the country, blah, blah, blah. But even people like Mitch McConnell agreed that he should not be president again.
I feel like you didn't actually answer my question with what you just said. I'm asking, just to remind you, my question was, they had 4 years to bring this case in front of a judge.
Who's they? When you say they, can you tell me who they is?
The DOJ, Jack Smith, the DOJ. Yes. They had 4 years to bring this case in front of a judge. And you're making it sound like it's so cut and dry, it's so clear, it's so obvious. Is it really going to take you 4 years to build this case? Especially when right? Okay, so let's just lay out the facts first here. He has a chance of winning again, right? He has a chance of winning in 2024. Also, assuming you believe that he is incited an insurrection or whatever, tried to essentially do a coup, you're going to drag your feet for 4 years and not actually bring the case in front of a judge?
So,
or is the question that maybe the case isn't that cut and dry? Maybe they knew that if they actually brought it in front of a judge, they wouldn't actually have any standing or merit.
Well, then why did they ever do it?
As a political move. What do you mean?
A political move. Okay, do you know when Jack Smith was appointed? Wait, really quick. Do you know when Jack Smith was appointed?
When?
No, I'm asking if you know.
I'm not off the top of my head. I could Google it if you don't know either.
The vibes of it. Just you could ballpark by a year.
Oh my God. Why? I feel like these debates always turn into this when you start losing a point. You start kind of attacking my intelligence. Can you just tell me? Can we get on with the debate? Okay, prove me wrong.
4 years.
Prove me wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So Jack Smith was appointed 2022.
This doesn't change my point.
Which is
why
1
did they
year.
Wait that long?
Not 4.
Why did they? Why? Okay, so they waited one. Okay, wait. What is the point you're making then? They still had 3 years to bring that case in front of a judge. So I'm not sure the point you're making then.
Okay, I will walk you through it one more time. Your argument, which already, by the way, is fallacious, but your argument is that the case can't be ironclad if they drag their feet for 4 years. Now, when I presented the counter argument in your own logic, this is your logic that 4 years is a long time. I presented the counter argument that Jack Smith was actually appointed in 2022, which was 1 year after.
That's not the only you think it is. That doesn't change my point.
Okay, so can you revise your point and say why did they wait 1 year? Is that your new point?
No. My point is, why did the case not go in front of a judge in the 4 years after this happened? That was the question I was making. I wasn't talking about the appointment of the special counsel. If anything, you just proved my point even more. Oh, sorry, I was getting a phone call. You're proving my point even more.
Okay, so what I'm saying is,
hold on. So it only took one year. So in what'd you say, 2022, they appointed Jack Smith, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Why on earth would it take 3 years, especially when we're operating this off the assumption that 1, he has a chance of being reelected, and 2, you believe he tried to essentially do a coup. I don't know if that's a verb or a noun. He tried to do a coup against the United States government.
Yeah.
In what world is it even remotely acceptable to wait 3 years after that case shouldn't take?
No. You have to stop. You have to stop. It's 1 year, not 3. You can't do this. What are you doing?
No. I'm saying listen, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying from the time he was appointed to the time Trump got in office, which what you're saying is why they couldn't charge him. Which you can't prosecute a sitting president. I agree with that.
So the
why
problem
did it take 3 years?
The problem
to
here is
build
that you just
case?
don't know how long. Law work it takes long. And this is a big case, and there's not. By the way, there's not just one. He has like 4 cases. There's a lot of shit going on. First of all, Andrew, I love you. Just really quick. Thank you, Lindsay, for the $10. Didn't Trump's lawyers even admit it in court, but claimed it fell under presidential immunity? I might be wrong. Yeah, so they didn't admit it, but that was their defense. Their defense was not that there was any fraud. The defense was not that he didn't try the fake elector scheme. Their defense was that, oh, well, it's presidential immunity. Yes, thank you, Lindsay, for the $10. What's up, Ange?
It has been a while since I've looked at that that docket, but Matt, do you know how long like a normal trial? Let's not even talk about this trial being as huge as it was. Do you know how long a normal jury trial usually takes from the point you're indicted and you go for your arraignment to the point that the jury actually gets your case? But like let's just say opening statements in a trial. Do you know how long it usually takes?
Are we talking like all trials on average, or are we talking about like heinous crimes?
We're talking about felony trials. Felony jury trials.
Could be like a few months to like a year, maybe.
No, most of them.
Where's your proof on this? Give me statistics.
If you'll let me speak, I will.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it. Yeah.
Most jury trials, with the amount of discovery that this case had, if I remember right, and Danny, you might be able to pull it up on the docket, the judge put aside 16 months for discovery in this case. Both sides have to swap their evidence, and then they both have to see what's there. Then there was extensions that his attorneys put in because of the Georgia trial that was going. There were so many extensions in this case. It's crazy. I don't just a normal felony trial. Let's say class A felonies. You're talking like a year and a half, 2 years sometimes before this ever sees a jury. This isn't like
Where's your evidence of that?
I
You
worked
can't
in the
just say
justice
this.
system. I worked in the justice system for 20
Okay,
years.
so it's
at
an
LA County
anecdote.
Court.
So it's an anecdote.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I
The
mean,
20 years I
then
worked at
wouldn't
the
my
LA County Courthouse in the criminal courts division. Absolutely.
Okay, congrats. So then wouldn't my firsthand experience of J6 be
No.
just as valid as your
Yeah,
firsthand
it doesn't
experience in
have
the court
nothing to
system?
do with how a
Yeah.
jury
So
trial
what
works.
I took
how a
away,
jury
yeah.
works.
So that right. So anecdotes aren't
How about-
conducive as evidence.
All right,
Like you can't
you know
just
what?
say like, well, this is in my courthouse. This is how it worked.
All right, perfect, Matt.
So like,
all right, so what I'm gonna do? I don't like wasting time. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna ask you to set the goalpost now. What amount of time would it be feasible if we're comparing a standard felony trial, right, with the former president of the United States? What amount of time before you throw out this silly argument, which is that I don't care what the evidence is, because it took a year, it must not be good evidence. Like what?
Let's keep in mind also there were other trials going on. He was under other indictments, and there were scheduling conflicts across all of them. So let's remember this wasn't just one that was happening. There were multiple in multiple states.
okay, so your question is what amount of time is reasonable?
Yeah, just in your own, your argument's already silly. The idea that because Merrick Garland took a year to appoint Jack Smith, and then Jack Smith took a year to officially indict him for defrauding the United States, that somehow means that the evidence presented, which we could all look at with our eyeballs, is not good. I'm operating under the worldview that argument's okay. What amount of time makes sense? Because when presented with the fact that most felony trials do take years, what amount of time for you would it be?
I'm not accepting that fact. There's no proof of that.
No, I'm going to show you the proof.
Yeah.
What I'm doing is this is something I do on these lives, which is I set the goalpost before I prove the fact, so that you don't get to move the goalpost later. It's something I really like doing because I got really tired of showing Trump or something, and then they're like, well, blah 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 blah. Right. So go ahead, tell me what amount of time.
So essentially, you're asking me to put a limit on how long I think a court case should take.
Yeah, because you reached your position through vibe. So I'm going to have you set a limit through vibes. Yes.
Well, so essentially, you're trying to lock me into something that is like undefinable. I can't tell you. Do you not see how this is? I see what you're trying to do, right?
I'm trying to show you that your whole opinion is based on vibes. That's what I'm trying to show you. You don't want to lock it down because you recognize that
it's an impossible thing to lock down. It all depends on like what is the evidence?
Okay,
How much
so
evidence is there?
if they indicted him day one, if they indicted him day one, does that mean it's ironclad?
Let me ask you this. I'll actually set the goalpost for you here. What do you think? So if you had, let's say someone committed, we'll do another thought experiment here. Let's say someone committed a schmurder and it was all on recording. The person held their ID up to the camp, like it was clear and cut, like cut and dry case, like it was obvious they committed this crime, right? What would be an acceptable time frame for them to bring it to a trial?
I have no idea because I'm not somebody that's an expert on timelines, and neither are you, by the way. But you have a very strong opinion about this. So
okay, so I see what you're doing here, right?
So like for me,
you can't answer your own question.
I can give you a recent trial if you want to look up. It was a murder trial and it didn't go to jury, but it took 2.5 years before it ever saw a judge, like past arraignment. I can give you one that just settled. He just pled out a couple months ago. The incident was in 2023. He pled out at the end of 2025. Never ever opening statements didn't even happen. They were looking at another 6 months of trial time after that. So that would have been over 3 years by the time it was done.
So,
and that was just and that was in Utah where the court system is not backed up.
Idaho.
I'm sorry.
Do you understand generalizations? Do you understand that one outlier doesn't prove your position?
Matt, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Would you say that if they indicted him on day one, that the case is ironclad?
Wait, what'd you say?
If they indicted him on day one, right? Merrick Garland just gets in office. First day he indicts him. Would you say the case is ironclad?
I would say it would be indicative of an ironclad case. Yeah. Yeah, I would. I would say that. Yeah.
Interesting. You wouldn't say it's political lawfare or anything like that. You would be
it
he
probably still
guilty.
is, but they'd be. I think that you could still make the argument that it is, but it all depends on how it plays out, right? If you indict him on day one and then you charge him, and you actually go to trial 2 years later, I think it's pretty clear they're confident in their case, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so when the House and Senate indicted and nearly convicted him just a week later, then you agree that
nearly convicted him.
Yeah, well, I say nearly because they needed 67 senators, and even though I'm sorry, it's 67, and even though it was the most bipartisan removal vote in history, 7 Republicans, unheard of nowadays, voted with Democrats to remove him. He wasn't removed. So, given that was only a week later,
the point you're making here is like if someone's fine, if it's a hung jury, then they did it.
No, the point I'm making is that your argument is absolutely
that was.
insane.
I mean, you got to admit that was a bad comparison, right? Like, I think we can both admit that was a bad comparison.
You're not tracking the conversation.
You're saying that. Well, he was almost indicted by Congress. That means
he was indicted. No, I'm sorry. He was indicted.
Oh, I'm sorry. He was
convicted.
Almost convicted by. Yeah, my bad. Misspoke. So you're saying, well, he was almost convicted. So that means he did it. Do you not see the fallacy there?
Well, I mean, I'm just stating what took place. It's not a fallacy. You're the one that said that a case is weaker the longer you take to appoint a special prosecutor.
I'm saying that it's indicative of a weaker case. Yeah, I think
so.
it is.
But in this case,
where
the case was brought after a week by the House, that means it's a strong case based on your logic.
And then we saw how it played out.
But so wait. Do you agree with? No, wait. Let me just ask you a question.
You could say he was indicted, but he wasn't convicted.
Wait,
so it doesn't matter how strong.
Can I just ask you a question? This is a genuine question. When you make determinations about reality, do you go by evidence that's presented to you, or do you go by how things played out? So, for example, okay, if you watched a car accident happen, okay, and you saw somebody run a red light and T-bone another person, but that other person died, so they can't tell the story, are you now going to say, well, who knows what happened? Or are you going to know that the person that T-boned them was at fault?
I mean, a false equivalency. Well, how does this relate? No, seriously.
Okay, what I'm trying to explain to you is
what
that
you're
you didn't
trying
look
to
at
do
any
is
of the evidence. You don't care about the
you're literally
evidence. I'm sorry.
strong-manning me
Wait.
with a false equivalency.
Matt,
Like, what's your point?
What I will walk you through it. Your synapses aren't up to snuff right now. Okay, I will get the brain wrinkles moving a little bit.
No, I see. I'll answer your question. I would say if I saw a crime happen, right, something as clear and dry as that, someone say running a red light and whatever, something I would know what happened. Yeah.
Okay.
And now I see, and I know where you're going to go with this. That's why I said false equivalency, because I know how you're gonna conflate that into being, well, you saw what happened, and then yeah, right. Like,
Do you know what evidence was
doing.
presented
I know
for
what
his
you're
removal?
doing.
I just explained to you the fake elector plot, right? And the
So
letter to the DOJ. You saw this,
but he wasn't convicted. So what's your
so
point?
it doesn't matter. Okay, right. It doesn't. So in your head, the evidence doesn't matter. It just matters who won.
No. I think clearly there are people who have a deeper understanding of constitutional law than I do. Right? I'm not a constitutional lawyer. I'm a pilot. Right? I don't understand the intricacies of election law. Right? And I don't think you do either. I think it would be ridiculous to say that you do. So I think the people who know more than me are the ones like you're trying to compare. You're trying to compare constitutional law to a traffic accident.
No, okay,
right?
Perfect. So then you would agree with the legal consensus that Donald Trump did break the law here.
What legal consensus?
Whichever. Give me
the
any law,
lawyers
any
on
law
CNN?
for any
Like,
professional lawyer.
about?
Ask literally. Well, what you want? The Brennan Law Center? You want Jack Smith himself?
Yeah, name another partisan law center. What's your point?
No, go give me your partisan law. There's not a single legal expert that will claim that he didn't break at least one of those laws.
He wasn't convicted.
He didn't go to trial. Smoothie. He didn't go to trial. He didn't go to trial because 77 million people like you voted for him. It's your fault.
Yeah.
It's your fault for voting for him. You voted for a traitor. You are a traitor. Eat shit. I did at 10:30. 10:30. I'm gonna hang out with my girlfriend. I'm tired of arguing with people. This is your evidence. He did not attempt a coup because Merrick Garland took a year. That means he didn't attempt a coup. That's your evidence. Like, are we being fucking for real? This is how deep they have to reach. Like, there's no way his muscles aren't strained from that.
To the pits of hell. I just looked. There were over 450 subpoenas sent out for depositions.
Come on, man.
450 depositions. This wasn't like a small case. This was going to take forever.
It wasn't. And by the way, he was lying through his teeth when I said, do you think it's a strong case if they indicted him on day one? Because the actual answer from someone like that would have been, this is very clearly politically motivated. That's not enough time to gather all the evidence, blah, blah, blah. Like, come on, bro.
That's rough. I mean, it's okay to not have an understanding of the legal system. Like, people, that's not something that most people should know or would need to. But I think everyone has an understanding that, like, you don't go to trial the next day. You don't go to trial the next month, especially for something like this. It's time consuming.
Also, can we talk about the fact that this man attended the January 6th speech at the Ellipse, went home, watched what was happening on TV, and then said, that sounds like a place I want to be, and went back? Yeah. Bro, you know what? I can't remember if it was that guest or the guest before, but I'm talking about the legal definition of traitor for that guy. That guy's an actual traitor. Like, he was like, oh, they're insurrecting, let's go. Like,
let's go. It's time. It's our time.
I got a speeding ticket that didn't go to court for 6 months, bro. And you're not the president of the United States.
Okay, so there was one point that the Santa Monica courts here for literally like under $1,000 civil suits. It was like 19 months before you could even get a date to get in front of the judge for the first time. Courts, and that's just for bullshit. That's like, hey, I want my security deposit back from my landlord. The courts don't move at the speed that you want them to. They move at their speed, plain and simple. And even in this case, where they took liberties to move cases around to try and do everything as expeditiously as they could, you still can't rush depositions. You can't rush discovery. There is 100 things that have to happen before it ever gets in front of a jury. And then I couldn't even imagine what jury selection for that trial would have looked like. We would have spent, honest to God, we would have spent 6 months on jury selection trying to find a jury that was suitable for that
Yeah.
trial.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like, think about that. It's really difficult to find a jury that doesn't know about this trial.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look at Diddy.
Well, that's all for me.
That's a great point. Look how long it took to prosecute Diddy.
Somebody asked in the comments, I want to answer it earlier and I didn't get a chance to. Someone asked what case I was talking about. The Idaho 4 murders. It was in November of 2022 or 2023. I can't remember. A college student at another college came and unalived them in their house in the middle of the night. And it took them, Brian Koberger, it took them 2 or 3 years before it finally got in front of going into jury selection, and they ended up pleading out, and he pled guilty. That would have continued to go into into this year, probably far beyond that. So, and that was pretty cut and dry. They had him within a month. So,
2 quick things. First of all, Kira, thank you for the $1. It is so frustrating how people don't understand how slow the legal process actually goes. I don't think, but if I missed any Venmos or PayPals, I'm so sorry. Just shoot me a message and I will thank you personally. But I will see it after. So thank you, everybody. And then the second thing, somebody in chat made a really, really good point. This is not to mention the fact that Jack Smith had to refile his indictment because his first indictment had things that might have fallen under the bullshit Supreme Court federal presidential immunity case. So he had to refile an indictment that took out things that could possibly fall under that and only kept the things about defrauding the United States.
he buttoned it up, and he did a really, really good job buttoning up the second time and taking out all of those elements that could have been used under the immunity clause for the president.
So, for example, I think the DOJ letter was something that wasn't included because that could fall under a president's duty.
Yep. I mean, they made it more about his campaign and things he did outside of the presidency versus things that he would have gotten off on otherwise. Jack Smith did a great job the second time around. I'm really kind of bummed it went the way that it did. So
yeah. Kalel, thank you so much for the prints. Ange, thank you so much for coming up as always.
Anytime. Good night, guys.
An amazing night. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Let's look for somebody to raid real quick. Hold on, my app is glitching. Oh, there we go. Okay, we are gonna raid Hector. For those that don't know Hector, you're missing out. And I think you will, if you haven't seen his live, you are gonna enjoy it for sure. When will you be back? I'm shooting for Friday. It is raid. I just got here. Ooh, cray. You're gonna. I'm sorry. I am ending as we speak. Okay, so it's at Hector R Talks. There. Okay. So yeah, if you were here for the first time and you enjoyed the live, thank you so much. Oh, before we leave, thank you to. This is actually something I learned from Hector. Well, first I'm going to thank the top 3 tappers really quick, but then. Okay, so thank you Adela, thank you Subu, and thank you Falcon. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to talk to, where's your green card? It's at your mom's place, actually, you racist fuck. Okay, so now I'm going to thank all the gifters. I didn't know that there was a list on the thing, but it's actually here. So, and I don't like that phrase. I'm going to thank all the people that were generous enough to give TikTok money and convert it into coins. I appreciate you all. Okay. Shout out to who sent that? Abby, thank you. Okay, shout out to Okay Kristen, Chris, Bitch Please, AC Justice Over Tyranny, Abby, Neely, Fufu, Ange, Alexandra, Adela, Falcon, Sim, Will, Chicken, Ryan, Karen, Vicky, Rome, Rissa, Mac Daddy, user 816-180-3206-882. Sid, Ice Cold, Caffeine, Dave, Dora, Bug, Demi now, 5, Stacy Rocks, It's Share, Shima, Bits for Bites, McCandles, Happy Paws, Moxie, Jared, I Am Lindsay, and everyone else. Okay, I got down to 18 cents. So everyone 18 cents and above, everyone 18 cents and below, thank you as well. But there's a lot. So okay, love you all. We're gonna raid Hector R Talks. I will be there for a few minutes and then enjoy the live. Everyone, Abby, thank you so much for the Dragon Crown. Thank you all for tolerating me at my most unhinged. And I hope to see you. I'm sorry, Speed Racer. It might have been like you moved up or down as I was reading. But yeah, I should be back on Friday. We're gonna go raid Hector R Talks. I don't know if we should pin that again. I'm just gonna end. He might actually come up right after me. Love you all. Bye. Okay, that was TikTok. Now Twitch. Bye, Twitch. If I missed Twitch gifts or whatever, I'm sorry. I love you. YouTube. I think I missed a Louis super chat for $2. Thank you, Louis. And if I missed something else, I'm very sorry. All right. Good night.